Okay, folks, good morning. So we're out here in the painting studio, and we're going to try out this new product that I got that I heard so great things about. I'm a little skeptical. I don't think it's going to be crap. I just don't think it's going to be any different than the Vallejo primer. I hope I'm wrong. So this is what I've been using for priming forever. I know it's backwards. Nothing I can do about it. That's YouTube being a dick. Can't switch it over around on a video. Vallejo primer black. And I got it this Stinel Res. It's the Badger's equivalent. It even separated and it looks the same separated. I bet it's a similar material. But I had used... but I'm out of it, and it can't be found at a reasonable price. One-shot primer by Ammo. I do like this stuff better than Vallejo. So hopefully this is the best thing ever, and we'll keep buying this. I bought it in the smallest quantity that I really wanted to pay for it, and if it works, great. I don't want to throw $35 on it, right? But we're out of the ammo made. And I'll still continue buying this. Now my local hobby store has this, now that I'm not really a big fan of it, but I'll still prime figures with it and maybe do touch up and stuff. But for the main airbrushing, I just don't think it's very durable. Now it does the job still, but I don't know. There's got to be other stuff out there. It's like I was running low. Now's the time to get it. So, all right. So we're going to try that out. We got some of the T-34s to prime. For my winter Gewitter project, we got these two Panzer IIIs. They're already primed. We're going to do the gray on them and the winter. We got this Panzer III, the command tank. We're going to prime it. And we got 3 head of Panthers out here. We're going to prime them as well. So the first thing we're going to do is let's get all the priming done. So that way when we're doing the gray and the snow on these two vehicles, by the time we're done with that, the primer ones will be dried, and we can do something with the primer stuff. So we're going to do an airbrush session this morning. I want to do something. So, and I want to get the taste out of that. I want to get the bad taste out of making that video out of my mouth. I really get down in the dumps when I put like effort into doing something, and it just doesn't work out. I haven't given up on it yet, but it's going to take a lot more trouble that I want to do. I want some positivity this morning. Guess the weather here isn't like it's here. Well, it's cold, but I mean, I'm in the garage. Oh, is it really cold there? It was cold yesterday. It was cold in the house when we filmed. Like I had long sleeves on in the house, but I'm not turning on the heater. The house is like 61, but it's that humidity and it's just penetrating. So let's fire up the airbrush. Let's fire up the airbrush and see how long it takes before it acts out on me. 26-28 this morning. That's good weather. No, it's probably 40, something like that. And it's going to be a gray-ass day. I kind of did some repair work. Well, Tony repair work yesterday. And I have 2 Xbox controllers that the X button sticks on it. The X, the red one, the B, the one on the right, sticks on it. Like one of them won't even come back up. And I've tried doing everything, so I'm like, I gotta take it apart. So I watched a video on how to take it apart, and it says you gotta use this little torque thing. So I ordered it, I Amazoned it, and it cost me $4. I got it. I took one controller apart, didn't really see any goop or anything in there. Put it back together, it works fine. And the other one, I'm gonna have to really take it apart, because I literally the button won't come up, and they're like $70-$80 a piece. So so I got to go to a hardware store, and of course it's a different type torque one. I had to get a special torque 8 security or whatever to pull the 5 off, and to get even deeper I got to get a T6, which I don't have a T6. So I'm going to go to Harbor Freight. I'm going to buy some Chinese knockoff. I want to spend a lot of money on it. Maybe I'll actually go to Lowe's and see if there's a set. I just need a one size because I basically have an Xbox controller I can't use. Actually, it's worse than that. the B button's down all the time. So anyhow, among other things. So, all right. So prime. So let's try. Let's see. What are we at? We're like at 20. Let's turn this up to about 30. You're going to use primer. Sometimes some IPA and some Q-tips have helped me unstick some buttons. I don't know if you've tried that. Well, I took the whole cover off, and the button is stuck down. So I'm going to have to take all the electronic stuff and get from the backside where I can take the rubber off. You can't, normally there's like a rubber where the buttons are. It's on the backside, and you have to unscrew a bunch of things to do it. So luckily there's a guy that was smart enough to make a video for me. So I'm just going to follow the instructions. I just got to get a T6. But I unstuck one of them. But I didn't see, I was expecting to see like this wall of like, grease or something in there from your fingers, and I didn't see it. But it's working okay, the first one. The second one, it's not even budging. I've took it apart, and nope. I'm going to have to really, really take it apart. I got nothing to lose because it's not usable right now. All right. This is sticking a little bit, so I don't know how long we're going to be able to go with a primer. Let's run some of this through here, see if we can... Okay, see, here we have a problem. Okay, I'm just pressing it down. Oh, maybe we don't have a problem. The reaction time on it's slow a little bit. It's like taking a little while to bounce up. Okay, so this is dirty. So let's take care of this before we go any further, or we're just going to... Yeah, it's not even... Okay. No problem. I'm going to time myself this time. 8 o'clock. Let's see how long it takes to take this apart. Not that I'm in a hurry, but... We don't need to disconnect it anymore. We'll quick disconnect it, and that'll maintain it at that pressure. We're going to remove the safety off the back, pull this back a little bit if I can. That's not a good sign. That white was the last thing I did in there. I guess it didn't do a good job of clearing it. I specifically do not clean it all the way every time I use it. Let's remove this and put that there. That's the easiest part to lose on the floor. Oh, she's stuck good. She is stuck good in here. It's pulled off the end. And that's why it wouldn't work. Oh, it's thick. You could feel it. So let's see how quick we can fix it. Oh, hand sanitizer. Now, this is the part I hate. I don't want this thing to pop out. It's a pain. It's the only thing that's a pain in the ass on this airbrush, and it's probably a pain in the ass on every airbrush, is that little trigger. It takes forever to get that thing back where it's supposed to go. I don't know why it's so difficult. Okay, this is completely clean now. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll put a little bit of this in here. And now I don't want to use the primer. Like if I'm going to clean it, I want to airbrush the. We're going to airbrush the 2 German tanks. Now we got to see what this primer does. We got to see what this. The primer is going to goop it all up, though. That's the only thing. So what I used to do is I used to airbrush. I only been airbrushing for about 3 years. And only reason I started airbrushing was to get away from using the rattle cans because they're like fucking poison, right? And it's the quality control that's horrible. It's always been poison. It just smells like really bad for you now. When Motto Master went kaput. Okay. And then what I like to do is, can we see light through there? Yes, we can. Okay, that should be good. Super reader time. Okay, it's going to the end. I'm wondering. Easiest thing to get mixed up is the wrong needle and the wrong one. Now they'll actually work in each other's one. Does this one work and this one better? It does. Okay. Yeah, so it is how I had it. All right. I'm actually going to let's put the 3.5 away and load the 0.5. Let's go ahead and load the 0.5. It's a bigger needle, so it has more margin of error. I believe the airbrush comes with a 3.5, and I bought a 0.5 to do the priming and stuff on there. Let's just get all this goop out of here. Yeah, I'm never going to use enamels. I mean, this stuff works. There's people that, I mean, they're like belligerent. You're an idiot for not doing it. I'm like, dude, I'm just telling you, I've always used acrylics since acrylics came on the scene. I don't want to pay for thinner. I also don't want to be like, get it all over your fucking hands and shit like that. But I don't want enamels to be banned or anything. It's good for people to have choices. Just my choice is to have something that's a little bit less toxic. Okay, good. Just hand tight that. One thing that is always not much buildup on it. There's almost never any buildup on the inside of this. It's always the nozzle, and usually the needle itself is where all the trouble happens. So we'll just run this on the end just to make sure there's nothing in there that's covering the way for this paint to get out and starts running interference. I mean, we're not even using gloves. This stuff is like easy on everything, okay? All right, then we're gonna we're gonna load the needle in. We still got goop in here, right? Like we've got this hand sanitizing goop. We're gonna blow that out when you get to the next stage. We're gonna feed this in. Loosen up a little bit. Be careful not to poke yourself. That thing is sharp as hell. Okay, and this is the needle that should be clean. Because the last, oh yeah, it's completely clean. This is the bigger needle. Because we're going to be using paint that's a little on the thicker side. And even though you can tighten this by hand, this is the trick. If you don't tighten it by hand, you're going to get bubbles galore. So just give it a little tight, put it back on. Easiest piece to lose. Well, I haven't lost it yet, but I have chased it all over the damn garage because it rolls like crazy. Make sure you use your condom on the back, because if you don't use this, it'll fall. If you happen to fall on the ground, it'll fall on the needle and jam up into the nozzle, and then you got to replace both. Trust me, it happened. Okay, so we're good to go. We got some goop in there still from the hand sanitizer. We're going to blow that out with this. Now, this is still at pressure, okay, because we never removed the pressure. And the reason why you know when there's a problem is if this, with a double action airbrush, as soon as you push down, it's all the way forward. As soon as you push it down, you should get only air. If you get fluid, then it's not creating a good seal. Okay, so it's not going to work for you if you have that problem. So we're going to take our Arnold Palmer container here, blow all this stuff out. Something smells pretty decent. Mostly it's that Windex that's in it. That Glass Plus smells pretty good. I'm going to run some more out. I don't want it to be any of that. Oh, that is really interesting. This needle is different, and it sticks out past the end a little bit. So much that I can feel it. I wonder what that means. So we're going to hold the tip of this, and we're going to back blast it and make sure you gargling. That's what it should be called. Nobody calls this gargling. That's exactly what this is. There's any loose sediments in there. Completely clear. We should be ready to rock and roll. Now, you can probably spray this stuff straight. I'm going to use a little bit of the magic formula, and that's just to keep it from getting any tip dry on it. Okay? We're going to test it with a little bit of this first. So the interesting thing just happened is I know this thing is completely clean, and I'm still getting air to come out. So that leads me to believe that I've actually mixed up the needle and the because I know it's clean. So with that bit of information, and it's not like it won't work like this. It's just like it's obviously the improper one. So I'm going to do the easy thing. I'm going to. I need to pull this out. I'm going to replace the nozzle. Even though this is the nozzle I want to use because it's got more room. But I'm going to replace the nozzle and see if the same results happen. Okay, pull that down. Put this nozzle in. I should really color code them. I color code the needle. They don't have any writing on it. You would think it would have one would say a 3 on it, another one would have a 5 on it or something like that. And see, this quick disconnect keeps you from having to power all the way up with the pressure. We're still at the same pressure. We didn't lose anything. All right, let's see. Same thing again. Nothing. Okay, so these two go together now. All right, cool. All right, cool. We're gonna do something with the needle. See, the original needle was the 3.5, so I'm not gonna paint it. I'll paint the 0.5. I'll point the tip of the 0.5. All right, so we know these two go together. The more you take this thing apart and put it together, the better you get at it. So we know this is the 0.35 needle. So this is the needle that, and we're going to check it just to make sure. These two go together. So we're going to do the opposite. We're going to put this needle in with this one to make sure these work. And if so, we're going to operate with these and we're going to paint the tip of this. Because this is the one I really want to be using for the priming part. And this here. Marion Katowski, welcome. Safety first. I learned the hard way. It's not only replacing the cost of it, it's like, I want to airbrush. No, you can't. You got to wait for the parts to come in. Like, no. We're not going to have that happen again. All right, now, to test, make sure this is okay. Put a little bit of it. Make sure we shouldn't have any liquid come out. We don't. You pull down, you do. All right, we're in business. Rock and roll. Now, let's not fuck this up. What do we got here? It's bright as hell. It doesn't have to be bright as hell. It just has to be a color it's not going to come off. Washable white. Yeah, I guess the white will work. But it washes off. I don't know. Camouflage green, is that noticeable enough? I wish I could use a marker, but it just doesn't stay on the marker. And it would come off anyways. Would this work? Not really. Okay. I am going to use the white. Because it's right here. Where is the end? Here. And it shouldn't touch, which means we can just let that dry for a while. Okay. Now, white is 0.5. Oh, okay. Good, we made progress. Yay! And there's much rejoicing. Because you can't look at them and tell the difference. You can on the nozzle. The nozzle's, that's a no-brainer. But the, you know, because one like tapers down. That's the one that's the smallest, obviously. It tapers down. Okay. Now, can we do what we wanted to now? All right, so we got the magic formula, which is a mixture of different things. He says 30% to use on it. I won't use more than 30%. It's just enough to keep the tip dry from happening. All right, do we have a safety lock on this thing or not? We do. Okay, first thing, what's the smell like? It doesn't smell as good as a Vallejo one. It smells like it's got more alcohol in it or something. So that's a minus. A very minor minus, but a minus. Not used to paints having any smell at all. All right, we're going to try to put Very little. I'm going to use very little of this stuff to make sure it's not a soup sandwich. Now, the thing I like the most about his method is, and I don't know if he says this in the article, but he says just put it in there and mix it in there. I like that. I don't like anything that all of a sudden I've got to put it into a different container that I'm going to waste that material in. You know, if you have to mix it somewhere else, then transfer over, you're going to lose stuff every time. And I'm not really in a hurry, but there's just some things I don't want to spend any time doing, and that's just one of them. All right, now, what pressure are we at? 30? Let's drop that to the wrong reader's on. Let's drop that about 5. Okay. And to get the real pressure, you want to hold it down just letting air out. That's why it's important that you only have air coming out. And then adjust it down so you get the true on there. Okay? Oh, we're getting little lines on this thing. Look at that. Oh, now I get the little lines like I'm doing little squiggly camo on the German things, now that I'm not doing it. This is an excellent airbrush. Iwata HPCS, by the way. Used to carry it at Hobby Lobby. All right, let's see what this primer can do. First of all, I'm going to go back to this T30. Now, let's start the new T34. Let's put our body cavity search glove so the cleanup is quicker. Nobody ever laughs about that. It's almost like they had a bad experience being body cavity searched. There's nothing to laugh about if it hasn't happened to you. All right, we're going to remove the turret. We're going to attach the turret to a clippy thing. And we'll do the turret first. Don't go with the idea that you can just do one pass and you're done. Yeah, you could do it, but then you end up putting too much paint down. And then you got different issues. Don't be in such a hurry you can't enjoy this process. And really, the only unenjoyable part of this process for me is bending over. You end up like, you got poor posture when you do it, or I end up having poor posture when I do it. Hardly any paint comes out. You're not trying to paint this, you're just trying to put something down that the paint adheres to. So far, I don't necessarily see this behaving any different than the Viejo. This doesn't mean I'm not going to see a difference later. Just right now, I'm not seeing it. Dries really quick. This, by the way, is the Eschi T34-76. You on earlier also like looking at terrain on Google. Well, I don't know. How was my video? Was that all right? I'm not a professional. I'm good at Google Earth, but even when things, even when you want things to go right, like I've never been on Google Earth and it run that jagged. Now, it might have been because I was filming through the computer and it was trying to push that out as well. I don't think it was the internet acting up. I think it's just the computer trying to do all that stuff. All right, let's do the Marcus part. Make sure we get the stuff down here primered in black. I do prime everything in black. So I can already tell you that I use less than 30%. And this stuff got really watery, a lot more than the Vallejo. Now, that could be a good thing. That means you don't need as much thinner with this stuff. But it's definitely more watery than the Vallejo. And I don't want to use it straight out of the bottle because then we don't have any, then we have tip dry issues. And by the way, I saw that you guys had made comments. They didn't come up on my phone. And I can't look at them on the screen because I'm looking at the whole screen. That's complicated. You don't airbrush at all, do you, Marcus? All the reason I airbrush is I don't want a rattle can anymore. I don't really need this for camouflage purposes, you know. When you're just painting something like with a spray can or an airbrush or something like that, and you're trying to get in hard to get places, try to get in the hard to get places first, because you're going to get accidental overspray or unintentional overspray on areas that are easy to get to. So let those things happen on their own. This is just me, my experience. You know, it's your natural reaction. Oh, let me get the easy to get to places. So as soon as you get that, and then you need to get in the nook and crannies, you end up putting so much more paint on areas that were easy to get to begin with that you end up oversaturating and covering over detail or so get the hard to get places first. That's why I'm trying to paint the underside first. You accidentally get some on the easier to get places. You consider getting a cheap set to paint your own fishing lures. No, not in your New York City apartment. I'm going to take that leap when I move back to Virginia. I don't recommend buying a cheap airbrush. Because here's the problem with buying a cheap airbrush, and I have several of them, is they're not easy to take apart and clean. Like this one came with a compressor. I didn't even take it out. I bought one originally. You have to fight this son of a bitch every time you have to put it together and take it apart, and it jams on you. But if you do, make sure you get a gravity-fed one like this one. But, yeah, I actually didn't tinker with this one until I was experienced with airbrush. It's just, it reminds me of a pistol. You know, if you have a pistol that just jams on you all the time and is a pain to take apart, you never take apart and clean it, and it's a problem. This thing is superb. There's better airbrushes than this one. I'm just saying, the reason I picked up this one is they had it at Hobby Lobby. I could try it and return it if it caused me too much frustration. That's the thing. This cost $140. The cheap one cost $30, right? So it's a $110 difference. How much frustration is $110 worth to you? You know? I used that one, and I'm like, I can't airbrush. This is impossible to airbrush. And I'm like, all right, I got to give it another time. I got to give it another chance because the rattle cans just aren't an issue anymore. I just can't work with them anymore. The quality control on them got terrible. I'd buy a rattle can, only get halfway through it or a third, and it would jam on me, even if you tried to clear the tip. I just couldn't deal with it anymore. So I'm like, all right, let me give it a fair shot. Let me buy a quality airbrush and see if I have the same result. And I didn't. It was a totally different result. And I originally thought, okay, well, if I'm painting something big, I'm going to go ahead and use that cheap one, and that way. But I'm like, I don't want to clean that. I don't want to take that thing apart. This was easy. How long did it take? 10 minutes maybe, and it was an enjoyable 10 minutes. Yeah, I don't want a master's airbrush or anything like that. Now they make airbrushes that are like $600 freaking dollars. I'm not worth it, you know. This $140, you know, the compressor costs the same thing, so it's, you know, you're only doing one part of it. What you don't want to do though is you don't want to get an airbrush of whatever kind and then realize that you don't have a use for it. You spent $300, you know, the compressor and the airbrush, and realize you just threw $300 away because it's something you don't need to use. So just make sure it's something that you need, that you're going to get your money's worth out of it. Yeah, this is, I think the pressure might actually be too high. I thinned it down so much. This is my first time using this primer. And when we refill this, we're going to use less of the Abbas magic formula, which was a deal changer, by the way. That made a huge, going to this airbrush and using the magic mix made a huge difference. There's nothing more frustrating than being like, okay, I'm going to just airbrush this one thing. And you're spending 3 hours, and 2.5 hours is either fighting with it or getting it to unclog. That's, you know, this hobby doesn't pay enough for that kind of frustration. But maybe you're somebody who does like to get frustrated. You know, I know people who like to argue. They swear to me, I like arguing with people. Okay, sadist. That's your airbrush for you then. I got an airbrush just for you. Now, this stuff is not cheaper than the Vallejo stuff. It's also not as expensive as the Ammo one-shot. The Ammo one-shot stuff is good. Is definitely better. I don't know that yet, because the jury's still out on this one. We'll have to see how durable it is. Now, with that said, I'm talking about durability from the standpoint of we primer something black, and then I go and I handle it, and the primer's even coming off. I haven't had any issues with the paint coming off of the primer. So maybe it's just psychological, right? Does airbrush paint produce a strong odor like rattle cans do? Well, if you use an ammo, yes. So here's the reality, okay? And you'll notice I'm not wearing a mask. I'm using very little. I usually have this fan blowing on me. Here's the reality. When you're using a rattle can and you're spraying something, how much paint are you putting out? A lot. So much paint that I painted something for my daughter, and I opened the garage and I painted outside, and I had a mask on, and the entire garage was filled of those fumes. Here, even if I was using an enamel paint, I'm using such a tiny little amount, and it's concentrated here in one spot, not just, if you take this rattle can and you spray it, you're going to get a spray thing about this big. So all of that volume is either wasted. You got all that propellant in the air. It's bad. Now, I used to use Model Master. Okay, I used to use Model Master for the clear, whatever. Rust-Oleum bought testers. It discontinued the Model Master brand. So I'm like, all right, well, we can't use that anymore. Let's use something else. And it's just horrible. I did not have good results with it. That's the only reason I switched over to it. It wasn't to do little cool camouflage things. I'm a hand painter, you know, like I'm really comfortable painting things with a paintbrush, and I'm not looking to prove anything, you know. But I'm like, all right, well, now that we have it, let's do some camouflage with the airbrush. It wasn't to do it; it was to get away from the rattle cans. So yeah, it's and I know some people that are like, oh man, I don't know how you airbrush with acrylics. I'm like, I'm not going to use enamels unless I'm forced to. And that's just because there's just no smell, the toxicity, you can use hand sanitizer to clean things. It's just, there's all kinds of paint out there, and it's great for the consumer. You know, there's some people that probably like paint figures with oil paint. That's fine, good for them. You know, but that's the reason why I got an airbrush, was to get away from the Model Master. They start off being $2.99, $3.99, $4. We're paying like $7.99 for a little can. I'm like, all right, I don't use much of it. It's just for priming and it's just for sealing. And then they're just like, well, we're not going to continue this anymore. We're going to discontinue this material. So I'm like, I didn't jump ship. They sank the ship. You know, for whatever reasons they had. And it was quality paint. It came out well. It came out thin. It didn't cover up the rattle can nozzle. Yeah, we're almost out of this. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. I'm going to reload this. I'm going to do something I probably shouldn't do. I'm going to use this straight. I'm going to put very little in it. And I'm going to use it straight. Because there's some of this thinner still in here. And I want to go ahead and get it out and start on only a little drop of it. It's just too watery. Which basically means it's just going to take longer to dry, right? I want to put multiple coats on it, so I don't want it to stay very dry. Now, with that said, I'm probably still going to, I still have some of the Vallejo. I'm probably still going to buy this because when I'm priming, there's stuff I'm going to miss inside the suspension and stuff, and it doesn't bother me. You're just going to have to go in there and hand paint it. That's the stuff that this stuff hand paints great. But if you're doing a big surface, as you're brushing it on, you're kind of brushing it off at the same time, right? So, it's self-leveling and everything. So as long as, you're using some common sense painting it, it works pretty well. So there's always, when you're doing these complicated bits, you're always going to have to hand paint some stuff in there. It's just try to keep it to those small nooks and crannies. It's when you're trying to paint a big surface like this that you're using that hand paint. And you can hand paint this stuff too. It just takes entirely too long. Now, what I did go cheap on is a compressor. It just has a tank, a regulator, and a water, whatever the thing to take the water out. Sorry, I'm a loss for words. I haven't gotten enough sleep. That's it. It's, I don't know, maybe $130 or whatever, 140. I read an article one time that finally made sense. It says, if you have a budget, don't spend all your money on the compressor and buy a shitty airbrush. Buy a cheap airbrush, buy a cheap compressor. Now, these are the ones that we primed before with the Vallejo, and we had to go in there and hand paint this stuff and inside the wheels and stuff like that, so we don't have a color popping out at you. Okay, let's do the other Panzer III. This is the Command Panzer III. This is a beautiful model by Revell of Germany. Some of the Revell stuff is, I believe they make these repackaged, but this is not one of theirs. This is actually a 1/72nd scale. It's not the Eschi Panzer III. This thing is nice. But it's getting to the point that, like, of comfortableness, hand paint, I'm the most comfortable with. Then airbrushing, and then making fucking videos. I just find that the videos are just, it's just so frustrating. It's so frustrating to, like, have all kinds of little things come up. And I've made hundreds of videos. Now, they're not super quality because I don't focus on that kind of stuff. You know, I don't want to be, like, frustrated by doing that, but it's really frustrating to see high quality videos that lots of people make with crap content. I'm not saying about a hobby I'm not interested in. Is, you know what I'm talking about? Guys that are like, hey, watch me pull a rat out of my ass and things like that. You know, people that are just not providing anything other than shame to themselves. You know, I guess that maybe that's entertainment for some people, but you know what? The vehicles that don't get published, that don't come out well, you never get to see. So, you know, you're always seeing the stuff that looks good because that's the only stuff that makes it. But just really frustrating with that video that we filmed yesterday of the game. And I think the settings on my video are just too high. That it's taking up way too much memory on the phone. But I have memory issues everywhere. Like, I don't have enough memory on my phone. I don't have enough memory on my computer. It's funny because the amount of memory that I have on my phone and the computer is the same. It's 256 gig. It's just not enough, you know. And I don't even have that much stuff on there. Let's go from the inside in case there's any of this darkness showing. Although this is going to have a Panzer Commander figure in snow gear. In the turret. We just run out? We just ran out. All right. Good. We're at a starting point. So we're going to take and I don't like to fill this thing up with this fluid because this fluid of anything else is probably the one thing that's going to have to cause me to break down the airbrush and clean it because it is thicker than any paint that I'm going to. It's just by nature. And you got to clog there and then overcompensate it for it. Even airbrushing 3 or 4 years, it's always challenging. Hand painting is a piece of cake. You know, you have this trigger that probably moves 3/4 of an inch. And if you move it more than a 32nd, you're going to get too much paint to come out. Okay, I think we're good on this. And we could have painted this a lot quicker, but Panzer IIIL. Raining? Yep. Not the sunshine state today. All right, the hull. This is where we're going to miss a lot of parts on it. Let's move this thing out of the way so it doesn't go a-flying. But you can airbrush with enamels too if you want to. There's some people that swear by it. One guy even said I was stupid for not using enamels. What I should have told him is, I'm stupid for listening to you. Like, everybody's got an opinion. Like, I don't try to shove my opinions down anybody's throat, you know. Should have said, well, let me see what you've painted. We can compare. But I'd probably just be disappointed in what he showed me, so. We're not here to reinvent the wheel. We just got an airbrush because, well, they stopped making the products that we wanted to use. Same reason when I changed with the ground covering. I was perfectly happy using the Liquitex resin sand, and then they just stopped producing it. I was like, well, I got to go somewhere else then, you know? I mean, if your coke dealer gets arrested, you just got to go to somebody else. Probably a bad example. Considering this is the only coke I do. This one and the Panzer IV that these guys make. There's probably other models as well, but those two in particular that I've built are just absolutely. I mean, they're as good as Tamiya models. Well, almost as good as Tamiya models on 1/35th scale. Really well cut pieces. They fit together really well. The plastic's high quality. Yeah, the quality of the plastic matters. I got those King Tigers by Pegasus that the glue won't work on them. And whatever plastic they're made out of is just repelled. The model glue repels it. It repels the model glue. Weirdest thing I've ever seen. I had to super glue the whole thing together. Now, see, we're starting to get into the zone where I'm not going to be able to get to the rest of this stuff. We're going to have to hand paint it. So far, where's that T-34 turret? I don't know that there's much difference to it. It's got to be more durable. The Viejo's not very durable at all, you know. I second the quality of some Revell kits. I had an old Yag Tiger 4 that was excellent. Not sure if they'll still make it. The one I have is an Eschi, and it's obviously not the same one. It just, that's actually one of the better Eschi kits. That's not saying a whole lot, but. The Eschi kits are over-engineered considering they lack precision. Like, it's okay for things to be over-engineered as long as they're precise, right? But it's like, they require all this precision and it just isn't there. Like, the pieces just don't fit together well. Well, I need to find out if I'm going to be in town this weekend coming up. And if I am, then we're probably going to play, we think we're going to play Gaslands. And if we think we're going to play Gaslands, I'm going to make an effort to build a tank or a tanker or something like that. But I don't want to go and build it. Stop, because this is what I want to do. I don't want to stop and build it, and then we don't play. That's, you know. I don't need more reasons to get the wind taken out of my sails. That's what I get paid for at work. I don't need to bring that nonsense home, you know? Oh, Stug 4. Okay. Yeah, so that's a new casting, huh? Stug 4, that's an elusive vehicle to find information on, although before the internet. The only information I found out, the unit that really used them, was the 17th SS Gottsbund Berlichen in Normandy. And sure enough, when I got my copy of Panzer Colors, or not Panzer Colors, but Panzertruppen, all their Stugs were those. All their Stug battalion was all Stug 4s. Good looking vehicle. Of course, the 3 looks just as good. Actually, the 4 might look better because it's longer. The Stug 3 looks kind of stubby. Not that it's bad, but. And we're comparing a Stug G. Did you already take your dogs for a walk there this morning, Marcus? This guy's got a lot of nooks and crannies, a lot. But the main thing is to get this on the big areas. You can come in and fine tune everywhere else it goes. That's as far as we're going to go with this thing. The rest of it, we'll bring it inside and hand paint it. Hand brush the other primer. All right, same thing with this T-34 from Matchbox. Yep, dogs are walked and fed. Now it's hobby time, at least until I turn into Chef Dad. My family would starve if I had to cook for them. My wife will say all the time, I'll tell her, you don't have to cook for me ever. Like, yeah, but what am I going to eat? I said, well, I can make you a mean sandwich. Put a salad together or something. I just got no interest. I lived alone 11 years, never cooked. I think I made some rice or something like that once. I can, it's just not worth my time. Just like some people think, oh, it's not worth painting your miniatures, it's not worth your time. I said, well, if I cooked, I have to pay somebody to paint my stuff. Then what's the point? I'll tell you the best thing for not being hungry, getting that whatever it is that I got last week, where it was just a sinus hell. Like I don't have an appetite. Need to package that. Yeah, there's a lot of spots we're going to have to hand paint on this thing. They're all in the nether regions of it, but what if the Panthers are going to be? This primer's working all right. It's doing okay. This is the tracks to that one. Okay, there's two T-34s. Okay, this is the. Let's do one of these guys first. Let's do an Italy Panther. Some people wouldn't like that because all the running gear is one piece. I'm like, yeah, bring it. I love it. I don't mind putting something together, but sanding a bunch of wheels, not my idea of a good time. Cleaning flash, not my idea of a good time. So the dogs you dogs sit, is it because the people that are the owners are out of town and they can't take them with them? See, that's like the number one reason that I wouldn't have a dog. Well, there's actually lots of number one reasons. I'm going to say a pet. Is I lived with elderly grandparents my whole life growing up. And there was lots of times we couldn't do A, B, or C because of the grandmothers. So I'm like, I don't want something that keeps me from, and we're not asking to do, crazy shit, but you can't go on vacation, you can't leave for the weekend because who's going to watch such and such. I can't imagine volunteering for that because I had to grow up with that, and it was like a problem. And all of the really big families that I know that have a lot of kids, they're the ones that have dogs. I'm like, if I have a big family, the last thing I want is to have a dog also. It's like, man, you already got enough ballast. You don't need more ballast. Yep, we tend to get a lot around holidays, so this is the Martin Luther King long weekend. Well, for some people. I just call it Monday. I think to get the day off, you got to do the stuff that the day entails. So if you get Martin Luther King Day off, you better be at a parade. You better be at a parade if you want that day off or something, whatever it is that you're going to do. 4th of July, you better not hate America. You don't get the 4th of July off if you hate America. You got to go to work. I don't remember having so many days off when I was in school. I just don't remember it. I was off for a while between Christmas and New Year's because I was like the end of my vacation. I don't have another day off until Memorial Day. That's a long fucking time. Now, I could take a personal day if I need to, but that just creates more work for myself. So it's not a vacation unless your place of work is also closed and they can't fuck things up while you're gone, No break for you, full-on work day. Yeah. Yeah, unless you're a banker. And maybe the bankers still work on Martin Luther King Day, but the banks aren't open. Put a little bit more. Well, we'll have to see how this behaves. It may be better than the Viejo. It's got more of a smell than the Viejo. So that's a downtick, as far as I'm concerned. I'll tell you one thing I really disliked about yesterday is how fast yesterday went. I filmed that one game with Mitch, and I figured, okay, we'll start at 7 o'clock in the morning. He's got to leave at noon. We'll have plenty of time. Nope. It ran to 12:30. It just takes a while, which means the video is really long. Which, I don't have a problem with. I don't have a problem when people say, oh, I'm going to watch your video at 6 hours fucking long. I said, well, you don't watch my 1 hour long video either, so I don't really care. But it's so long, I think the resolution on the video is just too high. It's got to be that. Because it should work easier on this phone than the last phone. And now that I think about it, I stopped doing it. The last DBA video was done in 2022. So I didn't have an S24 in 2022 because it wasn't out yet. So I wonder if that's what the issue is. That was the phone that died on me because it got water in it, even though it's waterproof. I think what happened is I had a scratch on the screen, and somehow the water got in it that way. That's the only thing that makes sense, because the phones are supposed to be waterproof for 10 feet. I've never thrown a phone in the water source. because this doesn't have detailed running gear, it doesn't have as many nooks and crannies as the other ones, so this one's not going to require so much hand painting. Don't get me wrong, I don't have a problem with not having a break. What I have a problem with is thinking you have a break and then you don't get one. Anything that involves getting the rug pulled out from under you really puts me in a bad mood. Because it's not like it's an occurrence. It doesn't happen very often. It happens all the freaking time. Luckily, not at home. I wouldn't have to do all this precision if we just molded the damn model in black. That's one? Oh, Christ. It's taking a while. This is the one that takes a while because you can't miss a spot. If you miss a spot, it's a problem. If you miss a spot with a main color, it's just in a shadow. You're not going to miss it anywhere important. But if you miss the black, you have the undercolor showing, and it's going to look weird. Well, that was exhausting. And we still have to touch some up. Not much, but still some. More Panthers without an AA mount. It's hard to get German models that have an AA mount on in the turret for that MG34. Really common in photos. You'd think half of them had them. Okay, I'll be right back. I got to use little boy's room. Be back in a moment. And snack. No wonder I was getting hungry. I've been up since 4. Now, if this fluid had not been added, by doing the primer straight and not having it move, in other words, just leaving it in here for 5 minutes or so, 3 minutes, big time jam session. I have to take this whole thing apart just to clean it. So it definitely improves that. Otherwise, you're like working against a ticking time bomb. James Hicks, what's up, man? Has everybody ever called you a hick? Man, are you a hick? No, I'm a Hicks, damn it. Get it right. Get it right. Man, I got a lot of beer in there. Never have any. So one of these Panthers, could very well be this one. I'm going to paint it as a primer red base. It's going to have 3-color camouflage on it. But the primer is, you know, the red base. Which, you know, if you're my age, one of the first paints that you used to paint with, other than the Tamiya paint, is Poly S. Poly S made by Flocal. And their German paints used to be called Armor Dark Yellow. I don't know if they still make them. They probably don't. Armor Dark Yellow was the Dunkelgelb. That's what it was called. I forget what the German one, the green, was called. I want to say it was Armor Green or something like that. And then the other one was Red Brown. And come to find out, the Red Brown, the German brown, is really what they call chocolate brown. And is nothing like a red rusty type of, almost like an Arizona color, a color you would think that would be like an Arizona or something like that, like almost like a whole red. And the Tamiya one may be that way as well, because I love Tamiya. Really, I love Tamiya kits. This is the advantage of plastic stuff versus metal. This doesn't weigh enough to crush itself. I love Tamiya kits, but they don't suggest any paint other than their own paint colors in there. So, and if they make the correct color, not an issue. But if they don't, then it's disingenuous, you know? It's like, you make the model, pal. I'll worry about where I'm going to get the paint from. And I liked the Tamiya paints way back when, because the whole color of the jar was the same color of the paint, and it was a fair representation. It wasn't like, man, the color is just totally different than the actual paint. No, they spent a lot of effort and time in trying to get those two things to match together. What did we do? Just run out? Yeah, we had a false start on the video yesterday. Wasn't recording. I can tell you that the second time that Mitch rolled the dice, die went on the floor. Never been to my house before. Die on the floor immediately. I don't do that often, luckily. I make different mistakes. I used to never do that. It's a pain. Because, you know, if you're going to roll on the floor, the dice doesn't count. Dice doesn't count if the rule's on the floor. You know, them's the rules. I didn't make them. All right, we got 2 more Panthers to paint. I got half a mind to stop and start doing the gray, but I guess I probably shouldn't do that. Big Mac, you got a snowy morning? I got a rainy fucking morning. But you know what? I'd rather it be rainy today than tomorrow. Because rain on a work day sucks. Actually, you know what? I'd rather it always, every day it's going to rain from now on until I'm dead. I'd rather it rain on a weekend and have a dry day every day at work. Because what I do for a living, fucking, when it rains, it is a pain in the ass. Every paperwork is all crumpled and it is a pain in the ass. I think you work in a warehouse, so it may not be so bad for you, but I don't work at a warehouse. All right, the other Panther. Really? How'd we get this shit on? We have one of these tops that closes in a weird way. Like the craft tops. Clear skies today, 13 degrees. That sounds great. As long as it's not too dry. Of course, if it's wet, that's 13 degrees is really cold. I'm wearing shorts. Actually, I gotta wear pants every day at work. I try to wear shorts if I can. We're gonna act up now that we just refilled the thing. This is the new Badger primer. Jury's still out. It's not a piece of shit. It's just the jury's still out on whether it's that much better than Vallejo. That's the only thing the jury's still out on. It works well. Does it work better than Vallejo? Because it's more expensive. Got more of a smell. It smells kind of like house paint. So it doesn't have a bad smell. Where's that T-34? The T-34 turret. I think it's a little bit more durable than the Vallejo, but not tremendously so. So I don't know what that means. Is it worth paying 10% more? Yeah. Is it worth paying 30% more for it? Probably not. We're going to use this until we don't have any more of it, and we'll see if we develop any jamming. The Vallejo is very prone to jamming. So if it avoids jamming, then yeah, I'll probably switch to this. Did you get the tank built you were working on? No. The Panzer IV? No. No, I just felt like working on a tank. Now let's get some of these guys knocked out before we delve in that. It's kind of a basic model, but it looks pretty deep. It'll look decent when it's done. I wish old Ron would have had a Panzer IV yet. But the reality is, if he did, I probably wouldn't have picked it up yet. I think the tank part of the tank is done. I just got to make the G turret, and then get that the verbal vend part worked in there. I think I'm gonna make it a verbal vend. If I want a Panzer IV, I'll get one 3D printed. I'd say buy the Hasegawa one, but the Hasegawa running wheels are just such make-believe that it's an eyesore. After you notice that it's wrong, like, that's what looks wrong about the tank. You know? Now, with that said, if I see it for $2, I'm getting it. Hey, you got to jump on them $2 tanks. It's not like they're around every day. $2 tank and a scale that I'm doing. I mean, if it was a 1/35th scale $2 tank, I wouldn't build it. I'm not going back to 130. You know, we're building models, but we're not building models. I'm going to keep that one T-34 Armor Fast one unpainted for now. I'm going to bring it to the model group so I can show the guys the before and after. Not that most of them even care. The model group's kind of turned into, I like doing it, but it's kind of turned into everybody like talking about their stuff and not Like everybody talking about their stuff and not really any comments about other people's stuff. I don't know. For that, I can just do my show here. You guys give me enough comments, but I just want to share the information that I've done figuring out how to make these things look cool, and I don't feel like I get any traction there. I should just keep going. I should just keep going there just to feel young. There's some people that act really old there. It's not like age. Like, I feel like I still act like a fucking rotten kid. Not rotten, but but there's people there, they're in their 70s and they act like they're on their deathbed. They don't have. I have more energy than that. Nice enough group of guys. It's just kind of lacking in that department. Coming up on Tuesday. I think I'm gonna go. It's kind of the opposite feeling when I go to a game store. I pick up on some of your tips. I'm painting a T70 right now that I'm going to do for winter. We'll be adding some rust drippings. It's so easy to do, man. It's so easy to do, and it's so forgiving. And it's like what I touched on the other day. You do the snow, and it looks like a black and white picture. You add the rust, you add the drippings of a rust type color, and it becomes color. You know, it just seems like it's just missing something. No, it's not to convert anybody. I don't need to paint the way I do. Just, hey, we found some cool tips along the way. I don't mind sharing them with you guys. I don't get any money from these products, you know. I wouldn't want to. If they start putting out garbage, I don't want to be like, well, the quality went to hell, but I can't tell them that because they're my sponsor. I'd be like, fuck it, throw them under the bus. They knew better. They used to make something good. Rapeson Oliveira. Ah, hello, Brazil. I'm putting my money on Brazil. Rapeson. That reminds me of this game convention that we have at the beginning of the year in Jacksonville. It was called Rapier, and it even had like the symbol of a rapier, right? Like on guard rapier, right? Everybody knows what that is. They forced them to change the name of their convention because it sounded too much like rape. I'd be like, fuck you, don't go to my convention. Like, don't you have anything to complain about? Who the hell doesn't know what a rapier is? Rapiers have been around longer than rape. Actually, they haven't, but they changed the name of the convention. Bunch of candy asses. Be like me saying, "Oh, you can't visit it anymore. Why? Your name sounds too much like rape." I'm doing great, man. It is a day off. I am doing wonderful. Yeah, see, this comes off, but it was wet when I put it on there, so I expect that to come off. We're going to have to hand paint this stuff. We don't want the Marcus police to come back and say, oh, you missed something on your bottom. You missed something on the bottom of your tank. I'd do it for me anyways. I don't paint it, but I primer everything. Like I don't want like the original color of the plastic. I don't want you to be able to tell what color the plastic is, except the inside of the turret. I don't care about that. I mean, you know, you can worry yourself into a corner. Let's not do that. The Marcus police, look out! They're after us. Let's see if I can get away with doing this. Oh, gracias a Dios. This is going to make life a lot easier. Just wiggle that little guy out. Nice. I don't know why they said, yeah, you need to glue your tracks together with the heated up screwdriver. No. Use staples. Then you can the staples like give a little, you know. But you know, when I was a kid, I don't know, I wasn't that. You didn't have all the problem solving skills you get later. This is the old Hasegawa Panther. That's relatively old, but it's relatively robust too. I know with Chad's 3D prints having 3 holes in the bottom of some AFVs, I've been known to paint the inside black. I stopped there, however. How's he doing? I hope he's not upset with me that I haven't got anything from him. Like, I got plenty of stuff that... I mean, if I get any more 3D printed stuff, that I will, that's World War II, it's going to be from him. I hope I'm not ready for new stuff, and that's when he takes the vacation. In it's the summer, right? It's the summer when he goes on vacation. I don't know what it is that he does. I feel like it's like some kind of lawn work or something. I got somebody else's 3D printed stuff recently, and it reminded me of Chad. I'm trying to think of the material that they used. Who was it? The guy in New York? Creepy Hero? Might be Creepy Hero. His stuff's really good too. But he doesn't do World War II shit. You know? I am not paying attention. That didn't hurt, but this is what we want to use. Creepy Hero Studios. Something's going to happen here. I only order from him twice a year, but I wouldn't go anywhere else. He does a great job. Well, for World War II, I wouldn't go anywhere else, but you can't do everything, you know? I mean, I don't do everything. And people say, oh, you should play some Warhammer. I don't do Warhammer. There's people that paint Warhammer that do a fantabulous job. I just don't care for the storyline. I don't even have a problem with the miniatures. You know, I don't even have a problem with the pricing of the miniatures, which is ridiculous. Ah, so you admit it's ridiculous? Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that most people pay those prices and then don't paint them to the level where they need to. But I've seen Warhammer stuff that looks really good. It's just not something I'm not interested in. You know, be like if somebody said, "Oh man, the best war movies are American Civil War." I don't do American Civil War. I don't find it interesting at all. I don't care about the storyline. Or any other Civil War, for that matter. Stop trying to turn me into you. I'm not you. I'm me. The guys in Model Group, man, were like, oh, you need to, oh, I've seen your stuff. You need to like enter a tournament and a contest, a painting contest. I said, I don't want to. I don't want to be judged. Like, I'm just happy that I'm happy with how it turns out. And if something turns out really cool, I share that information with you guys. That's all I want. I don't need more awards. How many DBA awards do I have? How many are on the wall? None. I don't care. You know? And those awards are a lot better looking than I've seen the awards you get from like the painting contest and stuff in a model thing. You know, you got to put them on a mantle or something like that, and they don't look like, you know, it's not like it's a model of a tank. It's just something that's, you know, could be like a bowling trophy, you know. So I don't know if I'm going to go to Jacksonville or not. That's like on the 6th. The only reason to go would to get more cheap stuff, but I'm not going to get anything for under $5. And I don't know that I don't even want to pay $5 for a tank. They're not going to have like Japanese tanks or something that I want to, you know, that I'm lacking. What do I need? More Panthers? Please. This is like 11 Panthers now. I got so many Panthers, I got to get like another 20 T-34 85s. I got a lot of T-34s, but I don't feel bad about painting German tanks. I got so much Allied stuff. And Mitch asked me yesterday, I said, so who do you have the most of? I said, Soviets. I got more Soviets than anybody else. I probably have more Soviets than everybody else combined. Maybe. Probably not, but it's close. And he was surprised. I'm like, I just picked up what people were selling. This guy passed away, and he had like 60 Soviet tanks. If you've seen my unboxing videos, I did an unboxing on it. It's ridiculous the amount of tanks that he had. You know, but if you're doing something like, I want to build a Russian tank corps in command decision using 1/72 scale, yeah, you're going to have that many tanks. That's going to happen, you know? Well, the beauty about having all those vehicles is you don't have to cogitate about how you're going to paint the one tank you have of this one kind. It's like, shit, you got 8 of them. Paint however you want. Like, I like this one. Cool, paint it like that. It's peace of mind. You know, it's stuff that I got in a scale that's, you can't walk up to a store and get it. And, you know, it's like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And I never knew the person that passed away. I mean, it's not like I'm happy that they passed away to get their stuff, but maybe I can inspire people with the stuff that they bought and never did anything with. I don't know. Maybe the person that bought them is like happy that somebody's doing something with it. I don't know. I have a feeling that they've got other things to worry about. They're not worrying about anything, or they got other things to worry about. The global most has to go to, yeah, he's insane. I've said it before. He is a big reason. I don't know if he knows this. He is I don't know him personally. I'm friends with him on Facebook, and I've commented on some of his videos. his posts were a big reason that I stopped playing DBA. Because I'm like, I want to do shit like that, right? Because it's like super cool. And he does 1/35th scale. Like rapid fire, I played rapid fire. Rapid fire ain't worth playing as far as I'm concerned. Okay. But, you know, to each their own. But he does the same scale. And I'm like, he was a big motivator. Like, I want to do shit like that. I wanted, you know, I started looking into it and there's so much more available, like information about World War II than around the year 2000, which is when I stopped. I'm like, I want to do that shit. So his videos actually were a big reason for me to, and I'll tell you what, he's an empowering son of a bitch, because if they don't make something, he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't let anything stop him. You know, he's like, nobody makes this thing. When he made that weird ass vehicle, I don't even know what the hell it's called. They had like only a handful of them. They may only had like 3 or something like that. They used them in North Africa, and it's that weird ass looking half-track armored car looking. I can't even picture what it looks like. It's got like a Pack 38 or something on it. You know which one I'm talking about. They used it at Gazala. When he scratch made that, like, he doesn't let anything stop him. Like, nobody makes this. Fuck you. I'm still making it. And he just keeps going. He doesn't worry about decals. He hand paints everything. And that might not be everybody's cup of tea, but you know what? He's not sitting around waiting on decals. The Zhao train keeps on trucking. So yeah, his videos were a big reason I got back into this scale. I'm like, that fucker's having too much fun. You know? If you visit Portugal again, I want to meet him. I don't know when I'm going to go to Europe. You know, a year ago I was in Europe. I don't know when I'm going to Europe again. Maybe when I'm retired. I don't know how I was able to even do it. It wasn't worth it from the standpoint of cleaning up the mess. It was a pain in the fucking ass. Because I got very few days off. Considering how long I've been there over 3 decades. I've been maxed out on days off for a long time. It doesn't matter. I can't take them. You know, it's too much work to take the days off you have. To ask for more of them. Yeah, I want more days off. Close the whole fucking place down. so, you know, close the place down so nothing happens while I'm in my absence. They called one guy. I said, man, they went to a new system just before I went, a few months before. I'm like, man, I can't do this new system. It takes like freaking 3 times longer. Oh, we'll have somebody come down here who's like an expert with that system. He fucked everything 3 ways from Sunday. I'll go to Europe again, and it'll be like, oh, by the way, I'm not coming back to work. I'm starting somewhere else. It was a massive pain in the ass. And don't get me wrong, I don't mind going to work, but I don't like being punished for taking time off. And that's basically what it feels like. Leaving everything done in advance. The crew that's left there has enough that, you know, isn't experienced doing what it is. They fuck it up, and then you have to fix it again. And it's like, you know, no thanks. It's so much that I don't think I'm going to go to cons anymore. I'm still debating, but I cut down my con trip. I stopped going to Historicon. Stopped, and the local con. Well, the local con that's an hour and a half away. I cut down from from Friday, Saturday, and come back on Sunday to just going on Friday and coming back on Saturday. I'm definitely not adding the Saturday, but I'm definitely not adding the Sunday. But it's like I told Mitch, I said, look, if I go to the con, I'm not going to play the games you guys play because you guys are playing DBA, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But I'm like searching to try to find games on. I basically played Hero Quest the whole last convention, and it was all right, but it wasn't worth a day off and $300 worth. That's about what it cost by the time you had meals and stuff like that. About $300. It wasn't worth it, you know. And the part that really wasn't worth it is doing all the work ahead of time to take one day off. Because it's not just work. It's like, it's work that involves like people committing to not changing their mind the last minute. And then you would have to redo the work you just did. Plus all the confusion and the interruptions along the way. All right, no more work. Fuck that. That. You guys that get laid off, have it easy. Well, I didn't leave the house yesterday. I think I need to leave the house today. Drizzling? Drizzling. That's the good rain for the grass, but I have a feeling it's going to get cold after this. It was cold yesterday. In the morning. It's cold right now. Like, my hands are cold. Not a complaint, just an observation. Yeah, went a little heavy unintentionally there. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. All right, now. It's just a shot. Oh, I see what it is. It's actually, it's catching some of this stuff underneath there. Ah, now you can't see it. Tricky, tricky. Let's get the super readers on. Yeah, he has a lot of stuff. I hope somebody in his family likes that as well, because that's a shame to... You know, look, we can't take this stuff with us. So the best thing we can do is just provide some entertainment, right? I say this all the time. This is my therapy. Some people like to watch sports or drink. This keeps me from drinking. And I'm not saying that if I didn't do this, I'd be an alcoholic, but it provides the same, it's therapy. It's something you can do that brings your spirits up. Something positive. Now we're just focusing on those places that we missed. We didn't get away with not having to go inside and use and hand paint these pieces, guys. I'd sure like to, in this paint session, to go ahead and spray this thing Dunkelgelb. Get these Panthers along the way. Even though we're not going to work on the Panthers next, but I could. I could change my mind. That's why I want to game more. Yeah, see, the gaming doesn't do it for me. The gaming is just trouble. And I'm not saying I didn't have a good time with Mitch yesterday. I did. But it was a hassle to set everything up. Now, at least we gamed for a while. It wasn't like I set everything up and right? But I filmed it and the filming didn't go well. So that left a kind of a shit stain on your underwear, so to speak. You know, it wasn't all win. Don't mind me, I'm just coming up with my own phrases. Shit stain on the underwear of happiness. I hate that it's going to have to be 2 videos. Well, it's either that or I won't be able to put it out at all. You know? The little town I live in has a couple of hotels, and one of them caught fire yesterday. Like, caught fire. So I haven't driven by there and see. I'm glad I wasn't there when it was happening, because, you know, all those things burning that shouldn't burn, they put all kinds of nasty stuff in the air you shouldn't breathe. Okay. Those 2 are good. We probably can prime them. With this one, we probably do the same thing with this one. There's a lot less detail, so it's a lot easier to paint. Gotta start the breakfast. Have a good day. You too, man. Thanks for coming by, as always. That goes for all y'all, man. I appreciate you guys coming by. Unless you're here to cause trouble, which, you know, you guys aren't. We occasionally get a visit from that guy. That one guy that came in one time as Adolf Hitler and even had his icon. It was a little Hitler icon. I don't know how you got by the bots on YouTube, but oh man, I missed this. Well, I didn't. I just caught it. So technically it doesn't count as missing it. I didn't paint it as early as I would have liked. I may not have actually missed as much as I thought I did. That's one of those things. I didn't want to use the green paint. That's the really high quality green paint, and then just ended up covering over it. You know, so I went ahead and used the Vallejo one, which is a lot easier to replace. I go to the store and replace it. I will walk to a store that they have here and replace it. I think we may be done. I think we may be done. Well, we may be done with this part of it. I didn't come out here just to spray things black. Anybody can do that. Okay, this is the Panzer III command. This one needs some other work done to it. We're gonna have to hand paint. There's just some areas I just can't get into. I just can't reach them. Just can't reach them. Let's make sure that's the last thing that we want to use in black. All right, so now we're going to clean this black stuff out. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take, well, we're going to switch the glasses out for starters. Where did we put the other ones at? Here. Could they be any closer? They'd have to be up my ass. And we're going to try to get as much of this out as we can with the paper towel. Let the paper towel do the dirty work. Okay. Then we're going to, about time to make some more of this stuff. We'll go through a lot of it. Well, compared to everything else. Put some of this, the cleaner in there. And then take the paintbrush, the Iwata brush that comes with it to clean out, which is amazing. It sounds ridiculous to say that, but whatever this thing is made out of, you can't like deform the bristles. Maybe I'm just not being as hard on it as I think I am, but get all this to come out. This material is kind of weird. It adds like a scum cover to it, almost like the cheese on a French onion soup at the top. So you want to remove that, obviously, before it gets all goopy and everything. Yeah, it's still wet. I don't have an active garbage can, do I? How'd that happen? I always have one. All right, it'll be over there. You don't want to get paint on yourself. It's not really a problem right now, but you don't want to get in the habit of getting paint on yourself and then transferring that paint onto something that you're really happy with how it looks like. Okay. Let's actually remove this because we're going to use some things that could take this black paint off, and I don't want it to reactivate, so to speak. All right. Yeah, we still got some in there. It's all right. Now we will spray some of this through. You have extra paint in here. There's no point in taking that extra paint, which you're just going to try to get rid of, and run it through the airbrush. Like, why bother? don't know what the temperature is outside, but it looks like it is really fucking cold. No sun. Dreary as hell. It's this other one I actually wanted to remove. There's actually two little nozzles on here. It's the outermost one. And they're both turning. All right, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to remove you. I'm not going to give this a thorough clean, but we just do want to make sure before we go to paint that we're not going to... Damn it, man. We're going to put a little bit of hand sanitizer here. You get some overspray on the little nozzle, and you don't want that overspray to get thick and then interrupt where the flow of the paint is going. That's all we're doing. See, now we're all shiny. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick clean. And by quick clean, I'm going to do a minimalist clean. We're going to take this Awada. I'm going to go ahead and remove that. That's also another game changer. Basically, like, have that quick release so everything in the hose is still at that pressure. I don't have to build it back up. See how this white paint that we put on the back looks? Well, we can see that it's there. Let's back this out a little bit. Push this out. See how we're looking. See how this tip is looking. This is usually where you get the accumulation. And it looks like it's clear. Well, that's good. And that's probably because we use this thicker nozzle. We use the 0.5 instead of the 0.35. Let's put it back on. Don't just tighten it by hand. Air will follow the path of least resistance. And you're going to have a leak, and it does not work well when you don't have the pressure directing it in the correct way. That's really what it is. And I didn't put two and two together until I solved it. Okay, let's put in a little bit more airbrush cleaner. Gargle it a little bit. We should be good to go. Now, I have the bigger nozzle in there. I'm going to keep the bigger nozzle in there. We'll see how that goes. I may just say, you know what? I need to go back to the 0.35. I'm going to save the 0.35 when we're doing the camouflage. All right? So, this T-34 is not ready to go because it definitely needs brush painting in it. It's the Matchbox one. It's got a lot of nooks and crannies in it that you can't quite get in there. Milan Guerrero. Saludos desde Colombia. I don't know about being intelligent, but I'm not even that good at airbrushing. Hand painting? Yeah, we're good at hand painting. You guys are on the same time zone we are, aren't you? Okay, so what are we going to do next? All right, well, we've got to do the prime color on the Panthers. I don't know that I have that out here. We got to do the gray on the Panzers. Let's go ahead and do the gray on the Panzers. Now, this came in a 3-color set, and I probably won't buy another one of these 3-color sets again because they involve a lot of paint that I don't use. You know, it basically comes with 3 grays, like the base one, the mid-tone, and the light. This is not representative. I talk about how Tamiya paints do their colors correctly. These guys don't do their colors correctly. I like Ammo MIG paints, but the color you see here is not representative of what you actually get. You get a color that is much, much lighter. So this first color is like damn near white. The mid color is like this one, and the dark one is like the second one. There's no color that's as dark as this one. But that's fine. Their paint is really good. So we're going to use gray shine, not useful, okay? Gray base, useful. So now if we were going to paint these Panzer gray and leave them Panzer gray, we would add a tone in there of maybe some blues. Very slight blue, I believe I use a color called Luftwaffe blue. Luftwaffe. And to give it that little bit of a blue look to it. There's other ways to do it. I just use that one because it's paint I already have. But we're not doing that. We're going to put white camouflage on these. So there's no point in doing all that, and then you cover up with white anyways. Okay, so gray base it is. So we need the author of this magic mix, Mr. Abbas, he claims 50-50. I'm not going to use 50-50, but I'm going to use enough that we're not going to use we're not going to use that much. That we're not going to get tip dry. So maybe 20%. Now, this isn't going to be very noticeable because it's a darkish gray on black. Why do you use black? I don't know. Heavy Metal Painting Guide from the 1990s got me sold on it. I like the idea that if I miss something or something's in the shadows, it's the darkest color of anything. It makes sense in my world. I'm going to go ahead and remove this so that I'm not looking at this eyesore because I distract easy. Okay, and we're running this about 20 psi. Okay, and let's grab our first tank, which is this Panzer III from Matchbox. And this is just a stock Panzer III, except we added an extra piece of track on the front, and we added a little thing on the roof that's tied together. I don't know if that's going to be a little Nazi flag that is wrapped up, or some other piece of something. You know, the anti-aircraft, they use the. Now see, now I'm not going to go ahead and put a glove on. We're not going to. We're just not going to be using that mass amount of paint. If I do get paint on me, it's not going to be very much. All right? So the first thing I like to do is I like to give it kind of a dusting. So just everywhere, just give it a light dusting. Because at the end of the day, they did paint this entire vehicle in Panzer gray. Right? And that's a pretty good Panzer gray. I mean, that looks about what it should. You see what? Because I primed it in black, and we got every single thing in every little spot we could find black. We can kind of just paint quickly like this, and we're good. Okay. So here's the Panzer III turret, and we're going to do the same thing again. Now what I like to do is I don't paint the smoke on the end of the barrel. I just leave the primer, some of the primer there. Hey, it takes less time. Okay? So that one's done. Now, is it a big difference in color? A little bit. Not really that much. So we're going to do the same thing with this Panzer III. So just give it a dusting. We're going to come in and detail some other stuff, but I like the layers to dry. The thinner your layers are, the quicker they dry. The quicker they dry, the less you get on your fingers when you're moving it around to paint it. Okay, that one's done. This turret, same thing. I don't know why it's running so much. It's using very little pressure. If that thing ever blows up, which I hope it doesn't, we'll get one with a bigger tank on it. Why? Well, because we know we use Airbrush now. You know? Okay, is the command one ready to go? I don't know that we made a determination whether it was or not. I think we did. I think I was able to go back and touch all the spots that I thought I missed. Let's take a look at that. Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Same thing, dusting. Yeah, this paint smells a lot better than the Badger primer. So normally how I paint is, if I was painting a tank not for the winter, we're going to paint overall the main color. We're going to give it a brown wash. We're going to come back with the main color again and dry brush, weather, add stains, black panel lining, that kind of stuff. Because these are guys immediately going to get the whitewash. We're not going to do a brown wash on these things at all. We're not doing a brown wash on these vehicles at all. Why that caught like that? Let me guess, I got paint left over, even though I didn't use that much. Exactly. I'm using so little paint, it's ridiculous. So I don't know that I'm going to be able to do what I want to do because I've got the bigger nozzle on here. But let's try to highlight some stuff in the gray. Oh, this got really small here. So what we're going to do is we're going to and it's kind of unnecessary because we're going to give this thing a whitewash and kind of go over the same areas again. But we don't want. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do it with this. It's just too large. Let's switch to the smaller. Let's switch to the smaller nozzle, which is the one we were using all the time anyways. Let's see how quick we can do this switch. Now that we have our needles identified, it's only really the primer that has a problem with the 0.35. The primer's really thick. All right, here we go. Only thing I don't like about this hobby is time goes by way too quick. This is a great hobby for somebody who's serving like a life sentence. All right, we're going to remove this. We're going to remove this. We're going to pull this back a little bit. We're going to rock this, have it come out. Then we're going to push this forward. Okay, how much kind of buildup did we get? Very little, and it was already thin. Okay, so this is the 0.5. We're going to put the 0.35 in here. Okay, this is the nozzle for the 0.5. We'll put that one there. The nozzle for the 0.35 looks totally different. It's tapered. Put it on. Put this back. All the way forward. Tight, but not super tight. Put that back. We kept the pressure where we needed it at. So our test to see if we did it right is if we press this down and nothing comes out. And it doesn't. We just have air. So we're golden. I'm going to run this through. Now, if I had a second airbrush, which I'm not looking to do, I know these things were on sale. Hobby Lobby was actually discounting them. And this one guy came through and he's like, on one of the pages, at least he said, it's like, yeah, they were on sale. I bought 4 more. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing with the airbrushes? Like, you know, I don't see having 2. That's 2 you got to clean. But if I had a second one, I would just leave that in one and leave this one in one. Okay, so now we should have a little bit more precision control. We're going to go right back to where we were, which is, except I'm going to use a smaller amount of it. So we really just need just a smidge of that. And mix it. The fact that you can mix it in here is like huge. Huge. It is a pain in the ass and a tripping hazard and, you know, a mess when you can't do that. Put that so we can find it. And let's test down here. How did we get this? How did we get that? Okay. So now we have a little bit more control. I'm barely able to pull back on this thing. I'm mainly just doing this so it doesn't look uniform in color. And then the next step I'm going to do is also not going to make it look uniform in color. It's the same color paint. This is the same paint that we had on top of it. We're just adding a second layer to it. Trying to avoid the areas that have some mega shadows in there. So really not much difference. Just a little bit of highlight. I boogered this up. I put too much. I did it first and I had too much paint come out. Not a problem. It's still super thin. It's not what I wanted. You have plenty of opportunity to correct that. I feel like the pressure's still too high. That's better. I read so many things on how to get the pressure right. You just have to do it yourself. You just have to experiment. You just have to experiment. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out or give up. And there's some people who do some amazing stuff with airbrushing. I'm not one of them. I'll be the first to admit I'm not one of them. I don't do a bad job. I'm not one of them. I can do some amazing stuff hand painting, but not airbrushing. I just don't have the experience. You know? One small step at one time. Right now, I'm getting really good at cleaning the airbrush and not having a jam session, which is much more important. Because if you have that issue come up, you're not going to want to airbrush. Man, every time you turn around, something goes wrong or something like that. I'm not going to make you want to do that. So at this stage right now, I like to think of it as, okay, they painted these tanks Panzer gray, and these are the areas where the sun's kind of faded a little bit. That's all. Nothing crazy, just so it's not all like, it doesn't look like it came out of the, the factory. Because it just looks wrong. That's it. And then we'll do the same thing with the command one. One's going to have a commander in it. So if we were going to airbrush these tanks and not make them in the snow, we'd still be doing all this. We'd still be doing all this process. Make the doors a little bit brighter. Okay? And then the hull of the commander. I can explain how I do all this, and it just doesn't get the point across like doing a video, because at least when you're doing a video, you get an idea of how long a process takes. If you explain it, not only do you have to write all out, which is like torture for some of us. I hate writing stuff out, especially when people don't read it, and then the same person keeps asking the same thing over and over again. But doing a live video gives you an idea, like, okay, well, he's been on 2 hours. What has he gotten done in 2 hours? Well, watch the fucking video, right? Okay, so these Panzers now have a base gray in 2 different tones. It's really the same color. We have a layer of black. We have the original kind of overspray of this. And then we have some detail where there's a little bit more paint, a little bit more... I hate using the word modulation because it didn't exist. It didn't exist in the 90s. In the early 90s anyways. Nobody was doing modulation. Verlinden didn't do modulation. I'm a student of Verlinden. Now, Verlinden did amazing stuff back then. Verlinden never did chipping either. Chipping wasn't a thing. I don't do chipping. Modulation makes it sound... I don't like the word modulation because it makes it sound more complicated than it is. You're making an effect so it does not look uniform. It doesn't look like something in your local tank dealer, and there's this tank that's unpainted. That's what it would look like if you don't have modulation. Okay, we cleared that out. All right, we need to do this washable camo. We also need to go pee. Let's go take care of that. We'll come back and we'll winterize these guys. Be right back in a second. Okay, and went ahead and got the paint schemes here that we're going to use for the Panthers as well. So sometimes I keep them inside, sometimes I keep them out here. I don't really know what the pattern is. I'm just crazy like that. Okay, that is a commander. Let's take the first one. Are we emptied of stuff? We are. Okay, so this is the Ammo MIG washable white. So you can actually apply this and then wipe it off. I don't think it's that useful, but I like the fact that I'm using a white. Doesn't really matter. Okay. Let's use a little bit of, like, one drop of this, and then some of this. And then mix it. Let's get a new mixer that's dry. Here we go. Now, when I first read, oh, don't mix it in the cup, I'm like, that's a pain in the ass. You know, use this much paint, and then by the time you pour it in another cup and pour it back, you're left with half as much. Make a mess. This paint is pretty watery as it is. So it tends to, I'm more messy with this than I would be with other paint. Okay, so backstory. You guys want to see one of my finished Panzer IIIs? Let me go grab it. I'm not even going to put the phone on mute. Right back. Let me tell you what we're aiming for here. This is my Panzer III that I did. It's one of these Matchbox ones. And we did the same method that we did here. So really pretty happy with it. And this is kind of what we want to do with the other vehicles. Now, I don't mind showing a little bit of a pattern on there, like it got oversprayed with something. So we're going to try that with this one, okay? This next one, say they got, fancy with the airbrush and actually had a chance to airbrush it, the actual tank. So that's what we're going to do here, okay? We don't want it any more white than this. If it's a little bit different, but, we also don't want to be painted at the same time, okay? So what we're going to do is, first thing before we highlight anything else, we're going to put a camouflage pattern on it. Oh, this is the one with the added armor? Let's not do it on that one. Let's do it on the one that is just plain Jane boring. Okay? Getting a really good spray thinness of this. Man, I hope the other colors I do turn out as well as this. This is like the fucking best spray thin line I've been able to do ever. And this is the thing I don't like about airbrushing is every time I paint, I always have my wrists rested, right? It's just how I've always painted. I can't do that here. I'm in mid fucking air, like a UFO, right? So it's weird to me. You don't necessarily want a clearly distinguished pattern. We just want it to look like somebody went in there and like spray painted it. As opposed to this one, it's done mostly. I don't want them to look vastly different. I still want it to look like it's part of the same unit. Turn up the pressure to 20. It's splattering a little bit, and I think that's what the issue is. And some I'm actually okay with. fucking great. That's what I was looking for anyways. And remember, this stuff is wipeable. I kind of wish all the camouflage colors were wipeable. So this guy showed up on screen in the area. There's Panzer Gray. We must do something about this. He stands out like sore thumb. This is what they did. That looks fucking great. Yeah, so again, this has all the black lining and stuff on it that this one doesn't have, you know. So there's all that. Okay. Now, oh, we have an extra one here. All right. I think we're going to paint the command one with bands. I don't want to do any hard edges. I don't love the way that looks anyways. You guys finding this useful? I don't know. I'm doing it anyways. It's keeping me on track. Let's have one of these. Let's keep the turret on this one. How are we doing on paint? Oh, we got plenty. I don't like that. And there's going to be, you know, some dry brushing lightly on top of it. So this completely gray, like, it's a big color difference. It won't be as different. But, yeah, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Need a little bit more. Okay, that's 2 down. And then, you know, we'll bring it inside and do all the, you know, the detail shit on there. Now this one's mostly white. Those 2 are not. Don't know what I'm going to do with the Commander one. Remember, this isn't done at the factory. Yeah, this is going to be like that. This is going to be like the Africa Corps. I did my Africa Corps vehicles. I'm like, I don't know how they're going to turn out. By the time I was done with them, they're like my favorite German vehicles because I just like nailed what I wanted them to look at. And that's really what it is. You have this vision of what you think it's going to be, and if you meet that vision, you're happy. If it's not what you thought, as long as you're not pleasantly surprised, it's usually like, fuck, I'm not happy with it. You know. Okay. A little heavy on that one spot, but it isn't a problem because this stuff wipes down. Even without wiping, it wouldn't be an issue. We're going to have black lining and everything on there. Okay. This is the Panzer IIIs. That's the other 3 Panzer IIIs of the platoon. I don't know if they're going to be all the same platoon. Three of them are Matchbox, and one of them is a Revell. So, okay, are we done with the white? I think so. Still got lots left. I mean, it uses so little paint. It's crazy. Okay, so these are going to go inside. All right, let's clear this out. I mean, this paint should be real easy to get off. Because hell, you can like wipe it off when it's dry. To a degree. To a degree. I was really worried about when I added clear coat to where the numbers are going to be, that I was going to wipe off the white. I did not. But I was really careful with it. I was not aggressive with it. I used like for floor varnish, like linoleum floor varnish for it. It worked for my clear gloss coat. It works really well. And that stuff actually smells good. No, I'm not a super stickler about getting all this out. I just don't want it to jam the paint. All right. The T-34s, I think, are going to need another coat of paint. So I'm not worried about painting them right now. Let's get these Panthers going. You guys want to see some Panthers? Do you want to see some Panthers? All right. One's going to be straight Dunkelgelb. One's going to be late war Dunkelgelb. One's going to be primer red late war. Okay? The standard Dunkelgelb is going to be the Hasegawa Panther. That's not as late war. So, again, it comes with Dunkelgelb base, a light base, and a highlight. The highlight's useless. It's like an off-white. In my opinion, it's useless. Okay, which one's this one? This one shouldn't be in here. It's Dunkelgelb mid-war. That's the wrong paint. Which is a little bit more yellowy. This is the highlight color. We might decide to do that anyways. Let's go get the Dunkelgelb. It's the standard Dunkelgelb. It must be inside on the rack. Be right back. Gonna do that one first because that's what you guys are familiar with. It took a while to find it. All right. Dunkelgelb base, which is a lot more green than people think it is, but is totally a color that is affected by the other colors around it. So if you paint something in Dunkelgelb and just do a green camo on it, it's going to look too green. If you put just red, it's going to make it look red. Windy. Okay, so this is going to get a brown wash on it. So let's put these things together. This one is the Italeri. This is also the Italeri. This is the Hasegawa. Okay, this is an Italeri turret. This is an Italeri turret. Italeri quick build. And the Hasegawa is over here. Okay, so this is going to be overall in this color. Well, all we're going to do at this point is just paint it overall in the one color. And I'm going to tell you right now, you guys aren't going to like how it looks. What are you talking about? I know you. I know you guys. You're not going to like how this looks. Because too much. Too much. Because I'm not going to like how it looks. Because it doesn't look like what I expect it to look like. But this is more than any other color. You really got to trust the process. We've done lots of these, and we know what we're talking about. God, I probably use way too much fucking paint for this. Typical. Don't you be rolling. Okay? Not bad, right? That's your Dunkelgelb. Looks pretty accurate. Most people are pretty happy with it. But it changes dramatically on what color you apply it on. So you apply it on white, it looks very light. You apply it on black, it's going to look really dark green. Here we go. So we're just going to give this thing a dusting so that everything gets this color. Everything gets a really light version of this color, let's put it that way. This is the turret that I was applying the paint too thick on, and it just all straightened itself out. What pressure are we at? Okay. Oh no, you're gonna misbehave. You get out of here. Get on out of here. Okay, so now everything has this color. Obviously, this is nowhere near what the end result color is. Let's turn the pressure down a little bit. And let's get in there and modulate. All right, and all we're going to do is, on these flat areas, we're going to add more paint. And don't be afraid of it looking too bright, because we're going to add a brown wash to it. Okay. And you guys are also not getting the correct color, because the kickback on the light source and all that. So you might as well make them look circular, so that, you know, if there's any kind of wear and tear and irregularities, it's from you know, the vehicle going across the ground. Should make it for bulge. Panel lines are hard, tell where they're at. It's not super crucial that you follow them. We're still going to black line and do things like that to make that kind of stuff stand out anyways. It's the way to make these details that this vehicle has on it pop, and you can see it from across the board. So if I was going to brush paint this paint, I wouldn't be done ever. This does not cover worth a shit. But as you can see, as we're adding layers of paint on here, it's building up to the color. It actually looks quite good. And the important thing is knowing the process. Because at one hand, it's like, man, I just don't like how that looks. All the details are, and it's nice, but, you know, they're not popping out as much as they should. It looks kind of chalky. You know, it's like, you know, we got other stuff to add to it. This is just, we're giving this an interesting looking base with some color variation. And this is as yellow as it'll look. It'll end up looking less yellow. Why do I do it this way? I saw what other people did. I took what I liked. I put my own spin on it. It's very easy for me to replicate it. What I used to do before this is I would just dry brush it. I would just dry brush this color, and it would take a lot longer to do. And we're still going to do some dry brushing on it. It's a good exercise, actually. Well, it's backwards. No paint. That's actually pretty fucking good. For me, that's pretty fucking good for the... That's pretty fucking good for this asshole. Trimming control. You just got to do it. I'm going to leave that one for Marcus. Not going to be able to sleep at night. That's pretty good for me. I've come a long way in 2 years. I said, this is much more difficult than hand painting. Much more difficult than hand painting. Basically, you hand paint stuff and nothing gets out of control. You're in control all the time. You paint like this and you're like, you know, you keep the gods of the air pressure happy, you know? so hard to paint in midair. I don't know how some of you guys do it. I'm going to go ahead and say that, oh, there you go. Somebody said something. Well, it seems like your order's been fulfilled at Bacchus, hoping they ship it this week. Yeah, I don't see anybody's comments. I mean, I saw your comment, and I haven't had a comment in a while. I'm not saying you have to comment on me, but I'm not trying to irritate somebody by not responding to them. And I don't know if that's happened or not. Well, you know what I was. Every time you order something, there's always some kind of holiday for the post office to not deliver stuff on. So, yep, there's Martin Luther King, but I don't think your guys you're gonna be affected by that. Yeah, see, got too much. Got too much. It's like riding a wild horse. It's riding a wild horse. I've seen shopping for board games while listening. Oh, okay. Well, you don't have to comment. I just don't want that there be comment, and I don't respond to it because it helps. So what am I going to do with that? Well, I could do a couple different things. I could come in and say, I don't really want to deal with that, so I'm going to go ahead and just remove all that extra paint, and it'll all straighten itself out when we do the wash and stuff. It just kind of looks like an eyesore right now. But it's like riding a wild fucking horse. You're like, all right, you're good to go. Whoa! All of a sudden, like, what the hell, man? I didn't do anything different. I'm not even in a hurry. I don't have that. That doesn't happen when you hand paint. So I have more depth on the yellow on the turret. Go through so little paint. See how the two parts together look. Looks like I'm buying Trench Raid, the board game. I'm playing on tabletop sim, but it's tedious, so having it on the table will be easier. Man, I just can't wrap my head around that. That virtual tabletop, I got talked into buying that. It's probably the thing that I regret the most. It is so demanding of the computer, too. It's like, dude, there's like nothing moving around. I'm like, Trench Raid or Trench Crusade? Trench Crusade is the one I always keep hearing about. I don't like alternative World War I and alternative World War II because the real World War I or World War II is interesting. I'd want like an alternative American Civil War. You know, one that doesn't suck, like this that I just did. Like I said, I've done hundreds of vehicles. This won't be a problem. Okay, this is looking pretty good. This is looking pretty good at this stage. Trench Raid, World War I game. You don't like Trench Crusade? Trench Crusade is like, like some kind of Warhammer thing. A lot of those games are like, they'll have, the game might be interesting, the minis might be interesting, but the fluff is just like, I'm not buying that. Like, I like Gaslands. I don't like their fluff. It doesn't matter what their fluff is, you know? I can make it whatever the hell I want. All right, let's just kind of go over this and make sure it's kind of even. Look, we didn't do anything to the front of the barrel. Smoky. So this is a very basic model. By this painting, at least from my vantage point, I don't know what you guys are seeing, it looks like a much better model than it actually is. It looks like a much better model than it is. Because we added all this extra little shadows and stuff. And you know, that's not what we're going to leave it at. It's going to get a brown wash. It's going to have the track put on it, that kind of stuff. Very narrative solo board game. It's so much fun. There's so much random stuff that happens. Trench Raid. You think I'd like it? Narrative, man. Narrative's where it's at. Narrative is where it's at. I am all about the narrative. You know, it's like you're a movie director, but you're not deciding what happens to a degree. You know, there's like this fate shit that's going on. You had this one game that had at the time this artwork that people made fun of it all the time. It was called Trenchfoot. And it had this very elongated nose looking dude, even more than who's the guy on The Office? What's his name? He's got a very unique nose, almost kind of like the child catcher on Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Very unique nose. Can't remember what his name is right now. Steve, whatever his name is. And the artwork is very like, people make fun of it. But it was a game where it's all hexes and it's all trenches and it's all World War I. But it's from, I think it's an SPI game or something like that, where you have a squad and you have to pre-plot everybody's move. So like maybe you have like 12 move points and you have to select all the hexes they go to all at once for all your guys. And then you move everybody. It's just like, that's just exhausting. That's just, I'm like, I don't even want to do one turn, you know? I don't want to do one turn. Now, the game I play, you do one guy at a time, but you're not pre-plotting, and you're making the best choices that you have with what's available. It's just not worth trying to like get inside somebody's head and fake people out. Like it's not worth it, you know. I never played it, but it's definitely the scale of game that I want to play. But if you told me I had to pre-plot every single person, I'm already getting a headache. Ahead of time. Like let's say there's another enemy, okay, cool. I have to plot my own guys. I have to plot all 12 guys or 8 guys or 9 or whatever at once. And hopefully I don't fuck it up. Like, okay, I want this guy to move over here and this guy will take his firing position and this guy will move around. He'll do an end around, he'll throw the grenades. And I'm like, okay, I have to write down all this stuff and hopefully I don't make a clerical error doing that. And then I have to try to figure out, well, what's the other guy doing at the same time? It's just exhausting. That's a good thing for like people that like don't have a job. Like, what do? I just live in mom's basement and she brings me food and I just shit in a diaper. Okay, you don't have anything to do? You can play this game, you know? send you a video on the trench raid. Normally wouldn't care so much for World War I trench raids, but the narrative is so much fun. The stories that come out of it is the most fun. Well, how many figures do you play? Like a squad? I already know what figures I would use. I'm not saying I'm going to get into it, but Tumbling Dice makes some pretty fucking cool figures. They're very much in the style of my favorite sculptor from World War II. Also in this scale. I'm just saying, you know. I'm just saying. And I also have said if I ever did World War I, it would be 1914 French and German. Because the French have all those crazy fun colors. Like, that shit's fun, you know? You play 10 guys. Send it to me. I could do worse than paint a squad of French guys. I could do worse than that. Trench raid. You know, we played Battletech. It's a board game, right? We played it as a miniatures game. We just use inches. And, you know, we were young and stupid back then, and it worked. What I can't wrap my head around is there's like 2 different Battletechs. As I went to the store trying to use my credit, I'm like, all right, they got not that I was going to buy that, but that Battletech, and then they have this other Battletech that's something or another. So it's almost like, there's like Battletech, and then it's like Battletech simplified of the old version, and then I think there's like Battletech for Dummies, whichever one it's called. Alpha Strike. I don't know what the difference is, but I don't want to paint those miniatures. Like, I can fire up the computer. I mean, after I get more memory. Okay, that's where we're going to leave this thing at. That's where we're going to leave things. Let's see. Can I get you guys Yeah, I can do that. I know how to get you guys a good picture. I just realized it. This is what we do. We're going to flip this. And this view is actually pretty decent. Now, let's kill this, because you guys are getting a lot of kick. Nah, it's not good either. Man, it looks awfully shiny for you guys. Anyways, this is where we're going to start. This is what we're going to start with on the base. If you have some good miniatures in mind, feel free to send them to me later. I will. I've seen, and they sell them on eBay. Or there's a vendor who had a bunch of them on eBay. I don't know about the compound on them. That's the only problem with old miniatures is, you know, something happened around 1990, early 90s. They changed the compound of miniatures, of most of the manufacturers. They added more, I think, tin, which made them less likely to be bendy. And, yeah, I'll have to find some, you know, and it's the miniatures actually that made me interested, because I'm like, these guys look fucking cool, right? Every guy looks different. Every guy looks different. Although I don't really like the Germans with the Pickelhaube on there. It looks weird. Looks weird. A lot of things that look weird. That's one of them. Let's get the rest of this paint off. We don't need to do any more of that. Now that's just the base color. Okay, the set comes with 3, so you know. But it takes a while to do this. Although, I don't really mind. This is kind of fun. Pickelhelm's a huge trophy in the game. Supposedly was a top prize for the real trench raiders. Well, I would never do Americans in World War I. Boring. Just like... boring. This reminds me of those days. See, I had some guys that I had a war game with a long time ago, and they were like, if the U.S. wasn't involved in something, they didn't want to play the game. So I've got like this bad taste in my stomach. Bad taste in my mouth, bad taste in my stomach. That comes from that. Like, I'm already American. I want to do something different. I want a different narrative, you know? Like that one bumper sticker you'd see. I I don't even know who the hell made it, but it's been around for, I don't know, 40 years or something like that. Not the If Love America or Leave It. No, that one has been around for a while. It's the Stand Up for America, Be American. Well, what the fuck does that even mean? It's like you just didn't do anything. I mean, it's something like a politician would say. Stand up for America. All right? What do you want me to do? Be American. Well, you can pretty much do whatever you want. So stand up for this country by doing whatever the hell you want. Okay? All right, so that's your base yellow. Part of me just wants to do all three base colors first. Let's do that. Because that makes sense. That makes sense in my world. So this is your standard Dunkelgelb German color. Base. Obviously, we don't have any weathering, no fading, that kind of stuff. Okay? Well, it's faded a little bit, but all right. Now we're going to go to the late war German set. What's the difference between the oh, it's two different versions of the same one. Okay, got it. Okay. So this is the primer red. One's going to be in primer red. We're leaving that one last. Dunkelgelb 11. This is the late war. I guess they had some of this pigment. So this Panther is going to be overall in this color. Now, this is going to look like fucking white compared to this one, okay? Disclaimer! This looks so much better than the model unpainted. Because you gotta make all the details that it has pop out. Otherwise, you're not getting sold a full. God, these fuckers look good. Oh, this is gonna be amazing. And see, this is why I like this as opposed to DBA. DBA, I'm still working on the fucking Romans. Like, I got to get them done for a game. Like, I don't give a fuck if I ever play. It's not important. It's not important. Maybe it was too important when I was doing DBA stuff. And somebody posted, I don't know if you still frequent Fanaticus, but I went there a couple times last week, like 2. I didn't post anything. And made some kind of a comment like, I like DBA, but there's just not enough figures on the stand. Does anybody ever ask? So they wanted to play DBA with more figures. And to me, it's like, okay, if you're going to do that, the game needs to have more fucking detail. It's too vague to throw even more, to put even more stuff on it. It's like, let me get dressed up. For what? We're going to wrestle with pigs in the mud. Oh, hold on a second. I need to wear a tuxedo instead. Like, you're going to get more dressed up for something that just isn't worth it. So I think DBA, we were working on adding more detail to it, as it was. I don't want more figures because that just means less armies I'm going to paint. As it is, I got to like 40 armies or something like that. Kind of hard to believe that I got that many fucking armies in it. And I was really pushing it because it was a lot of fun. And I didn't want to not be able to play with the 40 armies that I painted. And at this point, it's like, okay, well, having that attitude is going to keep me from building stuff for other games, because it's a 6-month commitment to paint an army. Whereas here, I'm like, I want to paint a snow tank, so fucking paint it, And then, okay, well, I want to do a Japanese tank next. Well, I can do one, Not like, well, I either have to have all 12 stands or nothing. It's a waste of time. Different times. It's all good. I really don't. I'm just glad I'm not involved in it. That whole what's going to be added in the new version of it, all that nonsense. I just don't. Go talk to somebody who doesn't need therapy. You need to go see a therapist. I'm here. Okay. Same thing. Like I said, it's going to look like white. Don't be scared. Now, good news, if you don't like how it looks, the paint's really thin. You'd repaint it, wouldn't even know. I've repainted some of my own stuff and didn't even, when I didn't use paint that was so thin and you couldn't tell. This is the darker of the two, by the way, of the late war Dunkelgelbs. I might post my Bacchus miniatures on Fanaticus, but I don't go there very often unless I'm painting ancients. Yeah, most people are pretty decent. The people that I've known for decades that are on there are pretty decent. And then you got some people that are on there that are just like, you know, I don't like going on places where politics sneaks in. And politics sneaked in there. You know, I don't really care about politics, but these guys went on this tirade about how everybody needed to save the earth by painting your roofs all white. I'm like, what does this have to do with anything? But you got a lot of guys in there that just haven't played the game a whole lot. And I'm not saying that their voice shouldn't matter, but it should be taken into effect. It should be taken into consideration. And that one guy, man, he just disappeared off the earth. I think he passed away. That Stevie guy, I'll be honest with you. That guy, I mean, he didn't deserve to die, but that motherfucker loved to argue. Loved to argue. I'm just not interested, you know? Like, we can talk about it. We can still be friends. I don't need to convert anybody. You know, we've had disagreements with, like, the rules when we play our games. When Mitch and I play our games, we'll discuss stuff. We have a difference of opinion. We usually come to the same conclusion. I don't have to twist his arm. He doesn't have to twist mine. You know, maybe you're just playing with people that want the same thing out of it. But God damn, that guy liked to these huge responses. And it's not that he was stupid or anything like that. I mean, he's a smart guy. But it's like, I don't like putting that much effort into it. It's like, nobody's going to read your stuff. You know, a few people will, but, you know, new players. He reminded me of somebody else who's not involved in DBA anymore. And it's, you know, and maybe it's one of those things that if you talk to the guy, it's different than him typing things out. But, you know, I don't have a master's degree. I didn't go to Moore College because I hated writing fucking papers. You know, and I'm like, I'm not going to write papers for fucking free. So I'd rather make a video about it. Because we're just hanging out, you know? But I don't go online and argue with people about things, especially if it involves typing, you know? Yeah, I think he just disappeared or whatever. That's pretty sad, you know, but we're all here just temporarily. That's not this. We gotta talk about something better. I don't want to talk about that shit. I'll be like, fuck this. I'm gonna go drink. I'll work on these stupid fucking tanks nobody's gonna give a shit about. Now, the wife likes the cars that I do infinitely better than the tanks. It's not that she doesn't like the tanks, but she doesn't know what the tanks are supposed to look like, right? So if you don't think that this is a good representation of a Panther, if you don't have a reference of what a Panther looks like, you can't appreciate this. She didn't have a fucking clue, right? Great girl, ain't got a fucking clue. And I don't blame her, you know? She didn't ask me about her makeup or whatever the hell it is she does. You know? So she likes the cars a lot better. Because she knows what cars are kind of supposed to look like, you know? Kind of. There's another guy, one of the guys that got me started doing YouTube videos, whether he knows it or not. It's not a guy I know personally. It's a guy I stumbled across. And I'm like, well, fuck, if this guy can do videos, then I can do them. And it's not because, oh, this guy's an idiot, and if this idiot can do them, then I certainly can do them. It's that, no, he did them really basic. And I'm like, I thought it was interesting to watch. He has an extremely easy accent, calm demeanor to listen to that is calming. My wife thinks it puts you to sleep. I actually enjoy listening to him. I haven't listened to him in a long time. One of the reasons I don't listen to him anymore is he blocked all the comments. You can't even make comments like, that's really cool. You can't. They're blocked. Now, I think it was because you probably got into, you know, there are some people that go and literally want to just be bullies. Sometimes it's the person making the video. In his case, I don't think so. Sometimes it's the people making the comments. They just want to, like, you know, piss on somebody's parade. And the best thing you could do is just block those people. You know? I have a voice only for silent films, not YouTube. Okay? You don't want to be seen on camera. Well, I don't really know what you look like, and that's up to you, you know? I certainly enjoy your company. Hopefully you don't have 3 heads. This guy's not in his videos either. But he literally set up like a camera and like talks. And it's therapy. He's calm as hell to listen to. And he's from England, and he has an English accent that is, you know, RP, so I can understand it really well. And he speaks slow. And you know, and he has a myriad of topics that he gets involved in. But I stopped watching his stuff because if I see something really cool, I can't make a comment on it, you know? And, you know, if people are out there, just block them. Just block those sons of bitches. Don't be like Tick, who, you know, but maybe Tick is a guy who wanted to argue with people. You know, there are people out there that are interested in arguing. I don't get it. Yeah. What's his name? God, what's his name? It's his name. It's his name. Anyways, nice gentleman. Older, you know. Really calm guy until he got on a rant about how Normans should have been riding ponies. He had a hard-on for that. That was like his one thing. He beat him to the ground. Like, Normans should be on ponies, not these huge horses. And okay, dude, man, nobody's burying you on this hill. You're self-burying yourself. You know. I'm like, there's a lot of stuff we don't know. You know. I know that if you put Norman knights on ponies, it looks fucked up. Whether it's true or not, it looks fucked up. All right, your army, you do whatever the hell you want. And he used to allow commenting on his page, and he just did away with it. He probably somebody came after him, and he didn't like that. You know, I'm pretty opinionated how I think about things, but I also understand that, you know what, other people are allowed to have their opinions too. And, you know, I see things I don't like on Facebook. I don't go to that person's page and go, you see this? I don't like this house where you live. Well, don't come visit me, you know? It'd be like you get some people that come by your channel one time, and it's happened sometime before, and I'm like, you know, They'll be like, oh, you're just painting figures? Oh, well, hell with this. Well, you knocked on my door. You know, it's like you're going door to door. Ding, ding. Somebody opens the door. Can I help you? Oh, fuck, it's you. Well, you're the one that came and visited me. You know what that is? That's people that don't know who their dad is, or have a job that's just too easy, or don't have a job. Like, I don't want to cause any trouble. Well, I'm not, you know? Him and Project Wargaming have camera angles that I like. Simple but effective. I made a couple videos on YouTube, and the only traction I got was from kids, so I usually deleted their comments. Well, I've had some kids come on here, and they've been pretty decent. Or at least they claimed they were kids. Look, I was a kid once. I still am. No, in my wargaming group, I was the youngest one. I was always playing with people that were 5, 6, 10 years older than me. So, you know, I want to have fun. I want to cut up. I want to say inappropriate things. But at the end of it, you know, I want to play a fair game. I want to challenge. I want to be honorable. So, you know, I don't play with kids on Xbox. I don't want to listen to any of their 7-year-old voices, you know, playing a mature game or something like that. God, what's his name? Is it Steve? I don't know. You know what I'm talking about? You like his angle? His angle is he just puts the fucking video camera down and just does his thing. Look, it's great to listen to if you're doing your own hobby, right? There's not a whole lot on camera, so if you don't look at the camera, you're not missing out on anything. I don't mean that to sound ugly. It's actually a good thing. I can't do this and have a TV and the movie going because things are constantly moving, and you know I'm like, what's going on here? What's going on here? You get distracted. You don't get distracted by him. Ralph Astley. That's what his name is. I hope he's doing well. I haven't watched his videos in a long time, but I found him by watching information on Sea Creek. I wanted to get back into Sea Creek 5, and he had a video where he did a multi-part video of doing Sea Creek 5. Like, that's pretty cool. Interacting more than a little bit. And maybe a year ago, 2 years ago, something like that, he stopped doing comments. Oh well, it wasn't because of me. I think videos about kaiju movies will probably always attract a younger crowd. Yeah. Well, you think you need to do what you want to do, and if it attracts, and hopefully it attracts people that are positive about what you're doing. You know, you're already providing some kind of entertainment, basically. People need to realize that and at least not go after you. You know, you don't have to kiss your ass, but just, you know, I'm here not causing trouble. Come by for a visit, and let's not cause trouble. There's a lot of videos that are just fucking weird, man. There's some weird people out there. Okay? One of the guys was telling me, like a week ago, he's like, oh, this is much better than I was just watching. I just came across a video that was suggested to me of filming some girl sleeping. I'm like, why? Why? You know? Let's say she's like the hottest girl you've ever seen. Why? Or I came across several channels where just a group of people watching a movie. And it was like, some people were obviously watching it just because the girl's in it. I mean, it was like, I live in a college town. I'm like, okay, yeah, I mean, you know, whatever, you know. Weirdo, man. So you made a video about kaiju movies. Yeah. Yeah, see, this looks great. God, this takes forever! Actually, I don't have a problem with how long it takes. I have a problem with this. I don't have a lot of weekend left. But we're not going to stop until we get the base color on these German tanks. But hey, if I wasn't doing this, I'd be eating the house or playing video games. You know, this is a lot better for me. Does it annoy you on kaiju movies when too much effort is being focused on the people? It's like, you know, like Transformers, like, and I'm not talking about the movies. I'm talking about like the cartoon. You know, too much emphasis is on the fucking people. I didn't come here to watch fucking people, right? Like, I don't watch a dinosaur movie to watch raptors. I don't give a fuck about raptors, right? Raptor isn't a dinosaur, as far as I'm concerned. Great day, this looks good. And again, it's just expectation. I'm expecting A, and I'm getting A+. You know, and it's significantly different looking. Significantly different looking. Now, as we build up the colors, you're going to see how it fills out a little bit more. You can't see it in this. This thing is kicking too much light back at you guys. You can't quite see it. I believe this is a color that I used for the base color of both King Tigers. Those King Tigers that wouldn't glue together, that turned out okay. This paint is so thin that if you put too much of it down at once, it's like fucking water. That's how it behaves. That's how it misbehaves. Yeah, I gotta go buy a Torx 6 wrench. Torx 6 screwdriver. Probably just gonna, at this point, just get a Torx set of bits. I'll feel really empowered when I fix that. This is basically got an Xbox controller that won't work. What annoys me about people in kaiju movies is that they are written usually plain and boring, but have a lot of screen time. Doesn't make sense to me. I think you have a point there. So don't write them in there at all, or make them interesting. Did you see the new Godzilla movie? I think you told me you didn't. I thought you had, because you talked me into watching it. And then I think when I asked you about it, you hadn't seen it yet. That Japanese heavy cruiser is fucking awesome. That's the highlight of the movie for me. That was awesome. The -1, yeah, I saw that one, but don't watch the American movies. Okay. The -1, yeah, like I can't believe that okay, spoiler folks, if you guys hadn't seen it, I can't believe that they killed the girl. You know, which is, it's fine, but I think they did. I only watched it one time. I'm not going to see it again. Well, I might watch that Japanese cruiser part. That Japanese, well, he's like, get back. He lands on the airfield. Like, hey, get back in the air. You can use your 20mm cannons against Godzilla. And then later on, you got what? It's got two 20s, right? Two 20s and two 7.7s. The Zero. You can use the two 20mm cannons versus Godzilla. And later on, it takes a broadside of 10 203mm and is like, get out of here, The sequel, -0, comes out at the end of the year. Didn't you say you saw it in black and white? Shame on you. Shame. I hate black and white. I'm sorry. I like foreign movies. I just hate black and white movies. Especially something that I want to see in color. Like, I want to see Japanese ships in color and stuff like that. Like, I can handle the kaiju being black and white, but don't black and white my World War II, man. It's not the same film. I don't love the film. It's got all kinds of hokiness. I don't like movies that put humans in them that I didn't ask for, and then when you watch it, you don't care about the humans, right? Like, if you're going to put humans in it, let me at least make something that's, tender, or I can feel like, man, I hope that guy makes it. But if you put people in there and you don't give a fuck about the people, why even put them in there? When I watch a black and white movie, I forget I'm watching a black and white movie. My brain colors everything in for me. Well, I'm sure you're not alone. I feel like black and white to me is like watching things when I didn't have glasses, when I was like 7 years old, and everything was blurry. I feel like I'm not seeing it all. Like, there's stuff missing. And I don't care for it. I don't care for it. To watch a samurai movie, something that I would watch for the color, and make the samurai movie in black and white, is like, I can't understand. I can't understand. Same thing. Let's make a samurai movie, but everybody is like the same. We're in the same color. Like, come on, man. I mean, it's like you just missed off some opportunity. So I've never seen Seventh Samurai, and everybody says it's wonderful. And I don't know. Why don't you come over to the house? We'll watch Seven Samurai. But I'm not allowed to see what you look like. This is black and white. Who the fuck wants to see a samurai film in black and white? It's so beautifully colorful, you know? I hope they colorize Japan's Longest Day. Then it's a good movie to miss out on. I don't know. I would watch a World War II movie in black and white before I watch a samurai movie in black and white. You know, 'cause I know what color things are supposed to be in World War II, right? Like, so I can fill in my own blanks for that. I hope that makes sense to you why I don't care for it. But it's just basically like, you know, I'm missing out. You know? Maybe everybody's fucking missing out, but. What did I watch recently? Oh, Der Tiger. Have you seen Der Tiger? I had a lot of bad stuff to say about it. And then I saw the ending. And then a lot of my complaints, I can't really voice them because they're kind of irrelevant. And if you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. So I have complaints about a lot of stuff that happens in the movie. Like, why'd they do this instead of that? And then after you see the ending, it's like, you looked up Der Tiger. You should watch it. I mean, I don't think it's very good, but I think people should watch it. Hey, how's that for you? Mitch and I talked about it a little bit because he recommended it. I'd started watching and it didn't grab me. And then he said, man, you got to see it before Saturday. I'm like, oh, somebody wants to talk about it. I was like, all right, I'll watch it. And then I complained to him about it. I'm like, you son of a bitch, I can't believe that, you know. And then after I watched it, he's like, oh, yeah, because it's a combination of this movie and this movie. And I'm like, well, I didn't see that movie. So, like, it doesn't make sense. I feel like I'm going to leave. One of these, I got to do one of these barrels. It's just gray. It's just not even painted. I'll tell you what. We'll paint this barrel, and if I decide to make this one, I can just repaint the barrel. Let's just do this while I have the color mixed in. That's confusing advice. Why do you think it's worth looking good? Because the mock-up of the tiger is really well done. It really is. There's a couple angles you're like, that's not a real. They did a really, and I don't know whether it's a German. I think it's a German production. It's you know, I'm gonna watch a tiger movie for the fucking tiger and seeing how it is in action, not for what are humans' experience of being a tiger tank crew. No, no, I got books for that, right? I want to see what the stuff looks like in action, and it does a really good job with that. It reminds me of one of those Russian movies. The Russians, for all their fault, they do a really good job of trying to get the details right. Not always, okay? But they try to do the details right. And the tiger's done really well. The tiger itself. But watch it. You could do worse with a couple hours, you know? It's one of those movies that it presents all the characters. Like, it'll present the tank commander and the loader. It'll present the whole crew. And you're like trying to figure out, okay, you're the driver because I see you driving, right? It's like one of those movies where everybody's wearing a fucking helmet. Not in this case, but typical movie. And at the beginning of it, you're like trying to put two together. All right, that guy looks like the other guy, but that's just because he has a helmet. Okay, that guy's different than you. You know, you're trying to figure that stuff out. You make it 3/4 of the way through the movie, like, oh, I thought guy was the assistant driver, and he's not. He's actually the loader. That kind of stuff. So eventually, it clicks. You know, it's a German movie. Well, it doesn't glorify the Second World War, which I am fine with. I am fine with. Did you ever see Generation War? I think Generation War is much better than Stalingrad. Everybody loves Stalingrad movie. Okay, it's good. But once they, like, half the movie sucks. Because they're basically like, like, I want to see, like, the freaking, action part. I want more of that part where they go and, like, storm something. That got that one captain, doesn't have the arm, he puts his arm in, he's like, blows a whistle, and they'll go over the top. And that's the kind of shit I want to see. I don't want to see, like, frostbitten dudes. That's fine for a little bit of the movie. It can be in the movie. It just can't be half the fucking movie. The first war movie on your list is Das Boot. You've never seen it? You've never seen Generation War? You've only seen the old World War II movies like Anzio, Long Stay. Generation War is excellent. Generation War that's my recommendation to you. Das Boot is also good. Generation War is better. Yeah, Generation War is like, it really well done. Really, really, really well done. It's interesting. There's multiple characters that go into different directions. You don't know what's going to happen to anybody. They experience different things. None of it is positive. My daughter really liked it. But this it's a movie for girls. Mitch really liked it. Mitch and I watched it together. No, we weren't holding hands. Okay, yeah, this looks like fucking white. God, it's so. What can I do? What can I do here to? That's better. Now, we almost used all of it. I've never seen Anzio. I've never seen Longest Day. I don't like those kind of movies. They're too one-sided. I don't even know if Anzio's in color. I think it is. I won't watch Longest Day because it's black and white. I know lots of people that like A Bridge Too Far. I'm not a fan. I'm not saying it sucks. I'm just had too many actors in it, and they had too little roles. It's like, if you're gonna have that many prominent roles, the movie needs to be like 12 hours long. It's not. It's 3 or whatever. Like, it just seems awkward. Why does it say an episode is 270 minutes? Because it's like 3 mini movies. It's going to sound like it's going to take forever, but you're going to want to see the next one. It's like 3 movies. It's like 3 movies. And obviously they're in sequence. It's the beginning of the war, the middle of the war, and then the end. Well, technically it starts in the middle of the war, but it basically, it's really good. It's really, really good. I should say there needs to be more stuff that's on that level, and there isn't. You could just tell that the people that made that movie really wanted to do a good job with it. There's a couple of errors. I mean, there's like, they're using a German machine gun like a year before it was available. Okay, that's Tony being Tony, right? They use a Panzer Faust when they didn't have them. Shit like that. Other than that, pretty solid. Anzio's in color, a different type of war movie. I saw Bridge Too Far as well. All the ones I could rent at Blockbuster or Hollywood Video I did as a kid. Yeah. The problem with Bridge Too Far is half the storylines I didn't care about. Literally like half of them. Like, and they just miscast. I mean, it shouldn't, some people just shouldn't, just don't fit the war movie type thing for me. Elliot Gould should not be a war movie. That is a poor choice. You know, he's fine in other things, not in a war movie. Okay. What am I looking for? I don't know, but I still haven't found it. I am using the right one, right? Yep. Okay. All right. This is a red German primer base tank. Movie I want to see soon is A Man Who Would Be King with Sean Connery. I have. And I didn't love it. And I like those two actors. I like Sean Connery, but I'm a big Michael Caine fan. I'm such a big fan, I forgot what his fucking name is. You know, I don't think about actors at all. He seems like a decent fucking guy in real life. I'm probably wrong. It's probably just another Hollyweird, but he's one of those movies that, I want to see it because he's in it. Even though I haven't seen, there's a couple of movies, there's a couple of criminal movies he's in I haven't seen. I haven't seen that much stuff with him in it, honestly. All right, we're going to give the entire thing a right dusting. Man Who Would Be King. I've read the book too, or listened to it on. I mean, the story is it's a good story. It's just, I expected it to be better. You should definitely see it. Even though it's in color. It's a movie that just about everybody likes. I think. I mean, everybody likes Sean Connery. It's not comedy. No. Although I could see there's probably some funny moments in it. It's also not Gunga Din, which I have seen. Even though it's black and white. Oh shit, I may be up to like 6 black and white movies now. Gunga Din. And sometimes you see an old movie, and I'm a fan of old movies. I'm a fan I'm a fan of foreign movies, but sometimes you see an old movie that's just disappointing, especially if it's one you've been waiting to see for a long time. And that was 55 Days at Peking. I finally got around to seeing it, and I was really disappointed with the movie. That doesn't mean it sucked. I just expected it to be so much better than it really was. And you can't ask Mitch's opinion about what's his name? Moses, because he likes anything he's in. I don't know that I don't dislike him, but he's kind of like a one-trick pony. But when you think about it, it's like every actor's a one-trick pony. The question is, do you like the pony? Right? Because almost every actor plays themselves. It's very strange, find an actor that can play multiple people, really. They pretty much all play themselves. The question is, does that person lend themselves to the character that's in this movie? Or do you even like the character that they're representing? Because they might just be like, this guy always, plays himself like, all right, well, I don't like that character. Like, so if he's in it, I don't like it. Most actors are that way. I don't blame them. It's, they've been themselves their whole life. That's probably who they're going to play, Yeah, I could tell there was a funny moment, but the trailer was so bad, it was not hard to tell if it was serious or not. Yeah. Well, you know what I say, don't watch trailers. All right, so here's I want your opinion on something, because I trust your opinion about things, Even though you like that freaking space thing. God damn, I hated that. I was so angry. angry. Beyond the Sea. Oh, I was so angry. I'm still angry about it. And I don't even give a shit about that guy off of, what was the show? What was that drug show he was on? Breaking Bad. He's the guy from Breaking Bad. I don't know anything about that guy. I was so fucking angry. Like, Holly weird sickos. Anyhow, have you seen the Fallout movie? The Fallout show? I started watching it, and I just don't. I was explaining to somebody, they didn't understand where I was coming from. I don't joke about nuclear shit. And I'm not saying that I'm scared of it, but I grew up in a time period when it was like super scary. And I still think it was more likely to happen back then than now, but who knows? But I just don't like making fun of people being turned into liquefied, innocent people being liquefied. I just don't. I can't come to grips with that. So, lots of people are fans of that. I'm not a fan of the video game. It's a Bethesda game. Me and Bethesda games just don't seem to get along. I don't know what it is, the presentation, subject matter, whatever. But have you seen it? Is it worth watching? Should I give it a second try? You know. Really bad with recent shows. I'm not into nuclear apocalypse stuff, so Fallout hasn't been on my radar. Yeah. I just have a problem with that. I have a problem with innocent people being fucking melted and like there be like nothing left of them. I have a problem with that, you know? And it doesn't have to do that. It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that I have a daughter, but it doesn't fucking help. Yeah, so I don't like making light of that. You know, I'm offended by that kind of stuff. People get offended by. That's something to be offended by. You know, well, you don't like people like me. There's always somebody that's going to dislike you, but having somebody being liquefied or being turned to your skin fall off you like baloney, no, nope. It's different if you're in a war. Like, you got a rifle or something, you got a chance, you can take the guy out before he takes you out, right? It's still ugly. War's still horrible. But, you know, I got a problem with that. Okay, now we have a base color on the red, and you're sitting there thinking, Tony, you're a fucking idiot for painting it this color. And I'm like, all right, I see the point, right? If there was a nuclear movie I would watch, it'd be the 1980s movie or miniseries. I can't remember which one it was. Oh, that movie that supposedly, what was it called? The Wolverines movie. Didn't they redo it? I can't remember if I saw it or not. It's a terrible movie. The Nicaraguans are coming. No, it's actually Venezuelans. The Day After was the thing that was on TV. I never saw it, but supposedly everybody my age was like scared to death of it. You watch it now, and I'm like, were those special effects? Come on, you know. There's some themes on movies I don't really care for. I don't like movies that make all humans to be bad and some alien to be better than humans. Because, dude, I'm gonna find humans with a like mind, and we're gonna band together, and we're gonna kill fucking aliens, right? And I'm not talking about, you know, the aliens that we have a problem with now. So I don't like life lessons from, you know, there's bad humans. There's no fucking doubt about it. But there's good humans too, you know? Not everybody wants to, you know, kill baby squirrels. You know, I mean, come on. So I don't like stuff like that. But it doesn't affect me. It just means I just don't want to watch the movie. So, I don't mind watching movies where gory stuff happens to people that deserve it, but just some random person, just because she's cute, I don't want to see that. You know, I don't want to see that. Your neighbor has made chili. You better make sure he's got all his fingers. It's definitely chilly weather. It is. Some sun trying to scrape through there. It is just British freaking day. That was the craziest thing flying into Britain, and it was like at like 5 or 6 thousand feet. Everything was like covered in like this field of snow that was just low clouds. It was the weirdest thing. That was like maybe it was like 7,000 feet, between 7 and like 2,000 feet. It was just like a solid blanket. It's the weirdest thing. It's like some curse, like, like some druid or whatever, put on the Romans. It's like, you may have us now, but anybody that comes and lives in this place will be cursed by not being able to see the sun. It's like some damnation from ago. It's just the weirdest thing. It was just like this every day, and it's just like it's dreary. I mean, the temperature's good. Like it's cool. It's not like here it's like sunny and happy, and you get eaten by every fucking insect on the planet. So I guess the weather's better there. It just kind of it drains on your psyche. The curse of the druids. There might be some truth to that. Adding this liquid is a game changer because I don't get tip dry. But it is really fucking wet. So you gotta like put it on really thin. Like I didn't do right there. But that'll all straighten itself out. Now, I don't mind painting the barrel a different color. What I don't want to do is a turret a different color. That just looks like I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like if I did a primer red turret and put it on a hull like this, totally possible, right? Looks fucked up. Just doesn't look right. Now, it's not going to be all primer red. It's going to have camouflage, but this is the base color of it. And it's not going to be mostly red. It's still going to be like a third red. What's up, AJs? Since I've switched to Stilres, it's all you use, with one exception, Vallejo Dunkelgelb. Well, I'm using it here for the first time. I'm not convinced it's better. It's not worse. I'm just being honest. So we have these three. And I use this first. And this is great hand painting that you can like get in all the nooks and crannies, and it covers oh so well. And you never get something that pops and something that is not painted. Right? And it smells decent. really weird to clean up. Like it gets on your hands, it's hard to get off until I found hand sanitizer. Okay, hand sanitizer works great, takes it right off. Really happy with it. Not durable though. Like it's not that it's not durable. It's like I get the idea that I get the impression it's not durable. Like if I handle it a lot, or if I handle it some before painting it, like it's coming off, especially white metal. I'm wondering if it's durable. A bitch go through the airbrush until I found this formula, and now I'm okay with it. Now, it comes in a really large size, and I still have some. So even if I switch to something else, I'd probably still keep this around to hand paint things, like when I miss gaps and stuff. Like I miss, inside the tires and stuff like that. Like I can get that, but then I have to put so much paint on other places that it's just an easy fix to hand paint those things with the Viejo. All right. I found this one-shot primer. I don't know how I got it. This stuff is significantly better. It's also significantly more expensive because Viejo is cheaper than Stilriz, and it's definitely cheaper than Ammo. Ammo, this is definitely the Cadillac, and by that I mean an expensive version of the three. However, not available on Amazon. Pain in the ass to get. Most expensive one. Difficult to get here, at least in the States. Okay, ordering things through Amazon just makes it really fucking easy. Okay, now Viejo, they carry this at the local hobby store or Hobbies R Us. I was going to say, no, what's it called? Hobby Lobby. They now carry it at Hobby Lobby. Now that I'm like not enamored with it, right? So I tried this. It behaves very similar to this. They separate the same, except this one smells better. Like this has not enough to break the difference, but so I'm gonna use it, and I knew I wasn't going to not like it. It's just, is it that much better, or is it just somebody who's like, it's the Badger product, and I use Badger things? Look, I like Games Workshop paints, and I don't buy Games Workshop products, so I like a lot. Viejo clogs more for me. I'll try the hammer. The hammer. The ammo. Ammo, yeah. I think it's this clog. Yeah, this clogs. This is the secret though. This is the fucking secret. This guy is fucking brilliant. I don't know how to do his link, but I really need to write it down because I bring it up so much. You'd think the guy was paying me, but his name is Khurram Abbas, and he's on Facebook and a lot of the groups. And he made this mixture that works with all acrylics. That is like, and I'm winging it here. It's 70% Viejo flow improver. No. It's flow improver. It's thinner flow improver and retarder. It's 10% retarder. It's 30% flow improver, or it's 70% flow improver, and then the thinner is the other 70 or 30. That's the three ingredients, which I already had. I already had them anyways, and I wasn't really using them. And it works on every acrylic paint, even craft paint. I wrote him like, dude, I'm airbrushing things with craft paint because I'm like making a terrain thing. Works great. And he's like, really? I said, yeah. So, are there other things that might work? But basically, this got away from using tip dry. But there's just so much wrong information on the internet that is just overwhelming. You'd be like, oh, you can't thin this primer because otherwise it's not really priming. Or, oh, you have to thin everything. Your mileage may vary, I agree. Stilriz and Viejo are definitely chemically. Yeah, they are. I don't know that I can. I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't know that it jams any less than Viejo because Viejo didn't jam on me because of this liquid, which I put some of it in there. But this is basically to keep the tip dry from happening, which is the biggest problem. I'm a hand painter, so the only reason I'm even doing any of this priming is because the rattle cans just got too stinky. This company, Rust-Oleum, sucks ass. Okay? Well, why do you have their products? Well, I bought this before. I thought they sucked ass. right? This stuff is so stinky. It's so thick. You waste so much of it. And, they bought Model Master that I was absolutely happy with. And I can't get that anymore. So I decided to get an airbrush, and there's so much wrong information out there. There's too many things. The internet is great, but there's too many people that want to be heard and don't really know what the hell they're talking about, or are fanboys of something, or are just out promoting just misinformation and evilness. I mean, there's just so much out there that's just like, it is what it is, I like that there's a lot of different products because the customer wins, the consumer wins when there's lots of different products. But I don't like it when I'm happy with something and then discontinue something, because it's like, look, it's not that I'm not a team player. You left me. I was a customer base for you. You left me. Always thin primers are flow improver and thinner, but I raw dog the mix. Yeah, he says in this, with any paint, he does 50-50 this and the paint, and the primer is 30% this and that. But you know what? I think you need a little bit. I think like 15%, just enough to keep it from sticking. I mean, the ammo MIG paint is thin anyways. It's shitty to paint with. To hand paint, it's my big gripe with it. I can still do it, because I have a unique way of painting, but I'm not a fan. Airbrushing, great for airbrushing. I prime and do armor with airbrush because rattle can't stop working well after all the EP reformulation. Also brush paint other than priming and armor. Yeah, there you go. You're my team. Yeah, so when I started doing tanks, I kind of looked at everybody doing tanks. Of course, I've been painting a long time. And the way I started doing is I prime black, always, for every reason, always. You don't like me priming black? Go away. I don't care if people prime in white. I don't like some tiny little hole being in some badass fucking color, right? I prime in black. You can blame it on the Heavy Metal Painting Guide, circa 1993, right? I prime in black, and then started dry brushing the color on because I didn't have an airbrush, and it still works pretty well. The whole point is to have that was my modulation. I did not want the entire surface to look exactly the same, but this works a lot better, and I think I improve every time I do it. But it's a journey. It's hard as fuck. I mean, it is a huge learning curve. It's almost as big a learning curve as learning how to play DBA, okay? I don't think anything's going to ever beat that. That's probably the most difficult thing I've ever done in my entire life. But the other thing is this flow improver, okay? If I used any of this, didn't use this stuff, this would have dried up already. It would have gooped up. I can make the Vallejo primer work the way I was using it, but if I went and peed and came back, now I got a jam session. So his help helped me continue to airbrush and improve in areas that I would have not improved because I would just found it too frustrating. I don't know if that makes any sense, but yeah, this is super fucking thin. But the important thing is that it's like dry brushing. Don't try to do it in one go around. I mean, I don't have a lot of experience here dry brushing compared to I do a lot of layering. But I found out real quick the reason that dry brushing works really well is if you use it in combination with other things and use at least 3 colors. Not like I dry brushed on one color. It doesn't look very good. They don't have any depth, Airbrushing for me is hard as hell until all of a sudden it wasn't. Yeah, it kind of was that way. It was hard as hell, man. And the biggest problem with airbrushing is, and this is an Awada HPCS, which I decided to give a fair shake of it. I figured if I'm not going to get airbrushing with this thing that's easy to take apart, I'm not going to be able to do it. And it was sink or swim, and I swam. You have, am I going to fuck things up by doing this? No. Okay, good, because I'm not pressing down. How much travel do we have here? 3/4 of an inch? If you move it more than a 16th, you're fucked. I wish there was a way to adjust this. Like, dude, like, okay, where you get the max, you're like 16 in. Okay, how can we adjust it? So that 16 happens when you're here, right? So now I've got this much to play with. That's my only gripe. And I'll be like on, because I'm on a groove, and then occasionally I have a, you know, it's easy to fix, but it's just annoying that it's like you have that issue that keeps happening, you know? Yeah, it's hard as hell. And you see people like, oh, I don't have hand paint. Like, dude, hand painting is fucking easy. Hand painting is easy. It's like a piece of cake, you know? And like this is easy too, but it's hard to get it right the first time. You always have to like tinker with it. And I don't have to touch up any of my hand painting stuff. Like it comes out great. But I have improved so much that I'm actually able to do this. I was really down on this airbrush, okay? Until I watched a video of people that actually know what the fuck they're doing. Not me. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, okay? I'm not the worst, but if I'm this professional level, you know, I'm around a 5, okay? That did with this airbrush, I'm like, I don't need to buy one of those Takumi Neo whatever 2.2. I'm good with this. This will do anything I needed to do. I just need to get better. So, grip brush, have one honestly recently been using $40 Aguilar more than HPCS. I have one of these that came with the airbrush. I got one of these. I wasn't planning on getting an airbrush until my buddy Don Hardy said he got one. He got one at Harbor Freight. He paid $80 for the compressor and the airbrush. I'm like, all right, well, I'll throw $80 at the problem. Yeah, that was a mistake. I hated life. It was a siphon airbrush. No. I would never do a siphon airbrush, ever. That's like algebra 3. All kinds of problems you haven't even thought about. But this thing is, I hate taking this thing apart. But I wish it's like firing a pistol that has a trigger pull of 3 ounces. It's like you got to be so precise. And I'm a precision guy. I can do it. I can paint Cyrillic freaking nicknames on tanks, and I got a German armored car that has like old English Gothic writing on it. That shit's easy. I can do it. This is hard because now I'm better at it, but still, you know, you have foul ups. One of the problems that I have is that I'm used to all my painting resting my wrists. Oh, so you're limp wristed. Call whatever you want. I'm not used to painting in the middle of the air, right? Which is basically what you're doing here. I mean, unless you're like bracing yourself, but then you're going to give yourself a bad back or give yourself a crick in the neck. So that's kind of the only gripe. And every time I do it, I'm getting better at it. So I'm forcing myself to like, yeah, I can hand paint this stuff. Let's airbrush. Let's get better at it. You know, I've never been able to spell things out. That's pretty damn good. We just need to work on our line. This was a big step forward. The other step forward was getting this line from that allows me to keep this thing at pressure. So I'm not like, all right, here we go. Let's fire the thing up. 7 minutes for it to get up the, not 7, but So I've been pretty happy. It's been an interesting journey, and that's all like it is. It is very, very, very hard. So people, I don't encourage people to buy a cheap airbrush. I encourage people to make sure you need an airbrush, okay? If you find a use for an airbrush, your time of taking apart and cleaning things and being tortured is worth something too. You got to weigh that, right? At some point, I'm probably going to try to mess up because that one actually has a .2 needle. I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with it. I think that this this is just so easy to pull apart, you know. So ones come with the compressors aren't very good. Yeah, that's what I have. I don't know about the Galeri, but yeah. So I compressor that came with no tank, $80. Fucking hated it. I painted all my DBA boards with it, put it away, and I'm like, all right, well, we got to get a tank. We know we got a tank, and I read an article that said basically like, don't spend all your money on a compressor. If you have a limited budget, which we all do, spend it on the airbrush. And I'm like, all right, well, I don't want to get another airbrush and it not fucking work. So what do we got here? Oh, Hobby Lobby carries this. It's 140 bucks, so it's not fucking crazy. All right. And I can use it, not abuse it, use it. And if I don't like it, I can return it. And I never returned it. So um these things went on sale for like half off because Hobby Lobby discontinued it. And some guy posted, "Oh, I just bought 7 of them." I'm like, "What the fuck are you doing with them?" I'm like, "What are you doing?" I don't even want a second one. If I had a second one, I'd just leave the .35 in one and the .5 in the other. But they're easy enough to switch. And you know, the more often you switch them, the more comfortable you're cleaning them. I mean, I've got it down to a tenth the time that it used to take me. It took me way too long before, but yeah, it is a hell of a journey, though. You know. Um, oh, never a dull moment. Oh, never a dull moment. I know what I'm supposed to do, but it's muscle memory. I'm not there. Hey, we'll paint some faces and we'll compare. This is just this is just not what I do. It's still, you know, after doing this for like 3 years. All right, there you go. When you got nothing there. All right. The other annoying thing I'm running into is I'll do primer, right? I'll get ready to do primer and I make sure that it's flowing right. I do these tiny little thin lines that'd be perfect camouflage scheme on a tank. I'm like, this is gonna look awesome. And then I go and do the camouflage scheme on the tank and it doesn't look like that. I'm like, fuck, you know? But I did these this morning and these turned out pretty well. I know this isn't the finished product, but the finished product looks like this. I hate the lighting in here. You guys are getting screwed on the lighting. Ah. When you flip this thing over, it's so much better. Let's flip this thing around. Flip this thing. Okay, here we go. So here are they. Yeah, I'm really happy with this. This may not be what somebody likes. I'm not saying that's what your comment means, but it's what I was looking for. So this just started off kind of like, well, like none of these. So I just decided to do a couple other ones. You know, I don't want to do winter camouflage that looks like it was painted on with a mop. Okay, they had those. They look fucking wrong. I have to explain to everybody, like, no. I really do know how to paint. It's supposed to look like ass. I don't want to do those explanations. You know, so you know those lines are about as thin as I can get. These are 1/72nd scale. Well, not these. This is about as thin as I can get. But I've been able to do thinner ones. I just can't get them when I want to. But you know, we're doing okay. You know, we're doing some pre-shading. I'm happy with it. You know, I've seen the whole process finished, so I know how it turns out. When you do it the first time, you're like, man, I don't know if I'm on the right. I don't know if I'm on the right train. You know, because there's nothing worse than realize that, and that's just experience. You do stuff and you know that okay, it doesn't look how it's supposed to right now, but you are going in the right direction, and that's only experience can do that. So, have to run your paint more, check down the pressure. I have to thin my paint more and dial down the pressure to get thinner than that. Yep, it's just practice. It's good practice, and I think I get better every time I do it. You know, I got a long way to go. I'm never going to be an expert in it, but that's okay. See, right here, I'm balanced out in the middle of fucking nowhere. You know, that's the problem. It's like, you know. I got to get going too. The problem is I don't want to pull this paint pack out. In wargaming, there are no experts, only people that are doing their best and learning. Well, and then there's some people that are like, you may not like their style. You know, there's some folks that do really good work, and I just don't like. I don't do chipping. I hate the way chipping looks. Even when my heroes do the painting, they do chipping. I don't like. I wish you didn't do chip. I wish you didn't do chipping, because chipping just on this scale, you shouldn't be able to see it like it's being shown. You know, um, I don't like adding powders that take a light color and go into a recess because it's counterintuitive. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like if it screws with your logic, right? But that's exactly what would happen. If you take a tank that's say this color and you drive it across the desert, it's going to generate a shitload of dust. Where's that dust going to go? In every nook and cranny. So you have a shadow area that is going to be lighter than a non-shadow area. That's a mind fuck. I can't deal with that, right? I appreciate that that's exactly what a tank would look like, but it doesn't look right to me when you put it on the gaming thing. So the wargaming is kind of like a compromise between reality and realism. That's like the best way I can describe it. Like I don't put lighter colors and shadows because, like for instance, a tire is a perfect example. If you're going to paint a tire on a vehicle that has tread, right? And it went through the mud, right? A tire's black, the mud is brown, or let's say the mud is this color, right? Like you got some light brown type mud. The tire goes in real life. It's got treads. The treads are going to be this color. The rest of the tire is going to be less this color because the mud doesn't stay in there. That's a mind fuck to have a recess lighter than the outside. I can't do it. And when I see it, it looks wrong to me, even though that's what it looks like. So I don't do that, you know? I don't go, well, that's fucking wrong, because I'm actually the one that's wrong, but it looks right to me when I'm done. Does that make sense? You got to make like, I think in wargaming, you need to make, take into effect that you need to be able to see it when you're 3 or 4 feet away from it on the other side of the board, right? Because otherwise, you're putting all that detail and nobody can see it. So, yeah, it's a wargaming because somebody be like a really good painter. I know several painters that are amazing, amazing, and then they play a game that doesn't deserve the detail that their painting has. One person in particular. He's an amazing painter. He's like my hero painter. And my wife will say, well, he doesn't really paint that much better than you. I said, look at it. I mean, he's got, but I see stuff like that and I'm like, I can do better. We dial it up to 11? Fuck this. We're going to dial it up to 13. And I'm not jealous, but I think it's good. He's like a good, it's a good improving. Okay, I can do better than this. I can improve on that stuff like that. But then he builds things for a game that I wouldn't be caught dead painting because he's spending hundreds of hours painting something for a game that's just like, all right, pitch a penny and see who gets it. It's too basic, right? That's his choice, that's his choice. But he's an amazing painter. But yeah, you need to find stuff that makes you happy with the style that you can do it. So, and some people are happy just dipping things and moving on. I don't want to spend that much time painting a game that just doesn't have the detail that I would want for paint all this effort that I'm doing. That doesn't mean, well, just paint a more simple game and you can just wash it. No. We want to do the best we can do. So, but I still think probably the best thing I've done is my Africa core is amazing. The Africa core turned out on me because I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna get these guys to work. You know, because I was like conflicted. Like, okay, do I want the Africa Corps to be brown? Do I want them to be gray vehicles that drove through the desert and got dusty, and that's why they looked that way? Or were they vehicles that were gray, haphazardly had some yellow paint put on them, and that kind of weathered? Or ones that were brown and the brown paint kind of faded and some of the gray shows. And I got all three. I got all three out of the same way that I did it. And I'm happy because it's like I covered all the bases. And it may not be what somebody else likes, but I'm extremely happy with it. And that's ultimately what's important. As you, as a creator, need to be happy, or you know what you're going to do? You're not going to create anymore. So. A lot of the guys that play paint Warhammer stuff, I don't give a shit about Warhammer. I don't care about their storyline. But there's some people that are really some amazing painters. Warhammer isn't worth playing. You know, I'm not interested in playing Warhammer. It might be somebody else's cup of tea. You must go shovel snow. There's a problem. There's a problem I don't have, man. Best of luck. Hopefully you got some beautiful blue skies or something like that to do it in, and not all like dreary. I hate the dreariness. I just can't. I mean, we have a dreary day here, but in this kind of weather, and it's cool. I don't know what it's out there. Probably 50. I hope it's 50. I hope it's not warmer than that. Oh, did we just run out of the primer red? Son of a bitch. I really wasn't looking forward to mixing any more up. Well, you know what? We're just going to clear this and we're going to stop. No, we're not. No, we're not. I lied. We're going to finish this. Finish it. We're going to put one drop of this. I don't know, the hobbying, you know, you run into a lot of people that they want to be heard and they don't want to be converted, and you're doing it wrong, I'm doing it right. I don't want to have conversation with people like that. It's like having a conversation with, you know, people that are on a crusade. And it's like, I'd rather just not have the conversation, you know? It's like if you go to some place that has like a car show or something like that, and nobody could say anything nice about anything that's not there. It's like somehow they're less of a man or something. It's like, you know, it's different if the guy's like fucking Hitler or something like that. You don't want to be you don't want to be nice to Hitler, but you know. That's like, we here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I better get out of the house on this all weekend home, which is okay, you know, but enjoying the mortgage, I like to call it, you know. So if you're wondering what the fuck am I doing with this primer red tank, well, I did a Yag Tiger that I didn't do it in this pattern, but I did in this color. So this is basically what we're looking like, except it's going to have green too. So it's going to have, and it's about equal parts. It's going to have green and Dunkel Gelb on it, and I did one of these green Panthers, and it's really unique looking without being like that couldn't be, you know. And of course, we're talking about 1945 paint scheme, definitely. Like, hey, we got to paint these tanks. Well, what do you got on the shelves? Because the Germans actually built a fair number of tanks in 1945. You'd think, oh, well, they're getting a ship bombed out of them. Man, the Germans didn't really start cranking ships out tanks until the B-17s and B-24s were knocking out the door. It's really pretty amazing. Or that just tells you how damn inefficient they were before. Although you could probably say they were probably inefficient when they were cranking a bunch of things out also. But you think, oh, 1945, yeah, they just don't have a lot of equipment. No, they just don't have it. They just don't have a lot of experienced guys, and like no control over the skies at all. But they put out quite a few Panthers, for instance, in 1945. And you think after Battle of the Bulge, like, okay, it's over, and it is, but it's not like it's just going to be a cakewalk if they don't have anything. It's a foregone conclusion, but And to be honest with you, when I've done wargaming, I've never considered doing something that is past the point of no return. I did not want to do any like gaming in 45 or whatever. Like, okay, the Germans aren't going to win. Like, why are we even playing this? I said, well, maybe at this tactical level they can. You can get a victory in something that's small scale, even though they're going to lose the war terribly. So this is what I was saying. I don't think I'm going to go to the model show in Jacksonville. I don't need more cheap tanks. I've got all these. I picked them up for $1. Actually, these. No, not this one. This one was $2. These two were $2 together. That's in fucking insane. That's insane. Do I need any? No, I got like fucking 9 Panthers already, right? What do I need to make it 11? Well, I mean, I'm practicing the airbrush. I'm getting a little bit better. Hanging out with you guys, chatting, having a good weekend. It's all good. You back from that chili? I wouldn't want to give my neighbor any chili. It might, he might be, unless he's upwind of you. I'm willing to try the products except enamels. I didn't come here to paint enamels, right? There's no doubt enamels, I'm sure, are great. I didn't stop using rattle cans to get away from the smell to use enamels, And I don't have a history. I wasn't using enamels before. I haven't used enamels since like 1985. Like, why would I go back and use them now? Nobody, I don't have a store that has the whole selection of them. If I did, okay, Now, I'm going to split the difference here. And this paint on the barrel, I'm going to make sure it doesn't cover really well on purpose. God, it's looking good. It's also wet as shit. This is really thin paint. That's why I always say when you end up adding the clear coat. Oh, I forgot to ask AJ what he uses for his clear coat. I think I'm going to use the. I've been okay using the Yeho one, but that's because it's it's available. The ammo stuff is just so hard to get a hold of, but it's definitely good. But you know what? I mean, I can use craft paint. I could probably paint with craft paint using this stuff, and the experience that I've gotten over the last couple of years. I'm not an expert, but I'm making different mistakes now. I'm a lot more comfortable with it. The first thing is basically when you have a jam, try to avoid having jams all the time, which, as you can see, aren't happening to me very often. And being able to tear it down and cleaning it quickly. And I think I've got those two things down. Now, my trigger control is not the best, but that's probably the biggest problem is the trigger control. But this isn't the end result. We're still going to be doing dry brushing on top of this. So. You know what? I'd probably use enamels before I did 28mm stuff. I ain't doing fucking 28mm. I've never been a fan of it. I never did it as a kid. 28mm historicals were put together for people that, I've heard before I started having to use readers, I heard all these stories. I can't see so well, so I had to use bigger figures. That's bullshit. Well, that doesn't work for me. I still got to use readers. It's not a big problem. I think it actually helps focus your attention towards a more specific area, but what you painting? Panthers. This one happens to be in the primer red. Well, it's going to be the base color for it anyway. So we got all three flavors. No, this isn't snow. It's actually a really late war Dunkelgelb type color. But all three of them are going to be camouflage, so it's not like it stays that color. That's just the base color. And we just got done doing the... Yeah, I guess this is white. So when you put them next to them, you can see the difference a little bit more. Because you guys are getting a lot of kickback with the bright light. Is anything that is even remotely white ends up kicking it back, and it looks even brighter than for you guys. How long have I been on here? Oh, this one doesn't tell me. It's got to be like 3 hours. Well, we're having fun. We're enjoying the mortgage. I'm not eating everything in sight while I'm out here. Hey, everybody's addicted to something. That's me. I don't need to eat unhealthy things. I just like to fucking eat, It can be salads. My wife's gone for at least a week. Don't eat the house. Don't make it so tasty. All right, now we're going to clean this son of a bitch. Now, I don't do a super, because we are going to do camouflage on it, but we're going to stop for now. I gotta go and do some errands. Or by the time I get around to doing them, this will be closed. So for my own good, I need to stop and do what I'm doing. I need to go to Lowe's or Harbor Freight. I haven't decided which one I'm going to go to. I'm probably just going to go to Lowe's. Buenas tardes y de nuevo saludos. Man, me estoy yendo ahorita. He estado aquí 3 horas. But I'm probably going to be back today because, like, I'm on a fucking tear. Like, I'm really happy with how this turned out. And the German ones as well. Now, the German ones, I'm done out here, okay? Well, these are German ones too. The Panzer, the great Panthers, I'm done with them. They need to go inside and do the rest of the treatment gets done inside for them. But we still got camouflage to do on these guys. And I haven't decided exactly which camouflage I'm going to be inspired by. I'm not going to try to do exact copies of vehicles. I just want vehicles that are inspiring for. So, more like 5 hours? Really? In this video or both of them? Because both of them 5 hours, yeah. We're not going to beat that 11. What was 11 hours, 11 minutes? We're never going to beat that record, okay? We're never going to beat that record. You know, or my record. I don't care about other people's records, you know. But 5 hours on this video, really? Well, you know, that's what I say. Don't make any fucking plans when you start airbrushing. But look, everything went well. We cleaned it a couple times. We found out which was the one that went with which one. Now we'll just disconnect this and we'll drain this because I don't like leaving this thing full of air. I saw a video that you could drain. There's like a something in the bottom of. We ain't fucking doing that. If it rusts because of that, I'll buy another one. Like if have a compressor with a tank only lasts me 6 years. Okay, I'll buy a new compressor every 6 years. That is a small price to pay. All right, so this is where we're at right now. When we'll pick back up, we'll probably do these as well. None of these have Zimmerit. These are definitely going to be ones that are for like 1945, and we may do bulge or something like that with this. I'm not going to do ambush. Ambush is like hard edge and hand paint, and I want to, you know, the only way you're going to get better airbrushing is to what? Airbrush, exactly. So that's what we're going to do here. And that'll give me a chance to actually take a before and after photo. Because these look like, you know, this looks like a fucking clown school, right? Like this looks too dark. This one looks too light. This one looks too rusty, you know, but at the end, it'll all be good. All right, folks, thanks for stopping by. Don't forget to give me a like and subscribe if you haven't already, and we'll see you guys on the next one. Appreciate you guys. Bye-bye.